Hello? This is working. Hello and welcome to. I was gonna say stars without number. My brain is programmed to say stars without number. Abaddon. It's not star. It's Oh, oh no, it's not. Oh, I can hear myself so many times. Holy shit! I knew this would go. Okay, I fixed it. I can only hear myself once again. Hello and welcome to First Blood. Single player D&D, I guess. Is the way you would say that. Myself, Matt, and Liam over here are going to take turns GMing 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. He is starting as the GM, and I am starting as the player. I think we rolled for it, and I think I rolled. Yeah, we rolled for it to see who'd go first because it's got to do that. And it's me. When the PC dies, that's when we switch over. So I am playing at the moment Yoak, who is a wee little farm boy. And when Liam ruthlessly murders Yoak, that is when I will take over as a DM in this shared world of ours. So we will go somewhere else in this world and explore a different character. There was something I was meant to say that I've forgotten. So I'm just not. I don't know what it is. I had a ping in my head, and I was like, I have to say this thing, and then I forgot what I had to say. But I know I have to say something. So
Well, so
it's
far.
fine. Yeah. Um, Liam.
Yes.
Oh, I remember. I remember. We This is actually session 2. We started and we were just like, let's see how this goes, and then like it was really fucking awesome. It was like so good, and Liam was like, we should stream this. So here we are streaming it. So we will give a recap of what happened in the first session, which wasn't recorded, but that's fine. I'm gonna close my door. So Liam, say something.
Okay. Hello. Um. So, like Matt said, this is technically session two. Um. And that means we should probably give some sort of recap as to how we got here. And by here, I mean standing in a town full of dead bodies. Um. Yeah, that. So we started this adventure with our young Inuit, some would say. Um,
That's not fair. I'd call him naive. There's a lot of adjectives I would use to describe Yoke. I don't think he's inept though. I want you to take that back. Um,
uh,
Yoke
Blew
is
up his hometown with a fireball that got cast via wild magic, killing a bunch of people and causing him to flee. And that fleeing eventually brought Yoke to his current companion, a rogue called Kalia. Kalia approached Yoke whilst Yoke was fishing, threatened him with a knife, and then was won over by Yoke's superb cooking skills. Um, Eventually, that led to a confrontation with a group of bandits who were under the command of Ymir, a one-tusked orc, a half orc. And Ymir had seen the explosion caused by our young friend, and as Yoke attempted to flee from Ymir and his band of thugs, another wild magic surge just happened to break another fireball, which downed both Yoke and his new friend, Kalia. They were dragged back to the bandits' camp, and the bandit offered Yoke a deal in which if Yoke helped them raid the town he was from, or the town he was nearby, that the bandits would let him go, would let him live. Um, Yoke tactfully convinced the bandits that there was no gold in his hometown. There was nothing of value. And Ymir said, "Okay then. Well, I have a much harder target for us to attack. In that case, and you're going to help me with your really powerful third level ability to cast Fireball for this little first level wild magic sorcerer who just got unlucky and rolled Fireball on a wild magic surge twice. Um,
In the words of Yoak, I know how to do that. Yeah,
he did.
that is yeah.
So when we arrived at this town, and the bandits expected our friend Yoak to cast this fireball to destroy a like scorpion like siege equipment to allow them to pass into the town, Yoak was like, "I have a better idea," and again convinced these bandits to allow him to work his way into the town through deception and subterfuge. And he did. They made their way up to the Scorpion, disguised as the commander of the town's guard, and managed to disable it. They cut the string. But in the process, Yoak was forced to, or accidentally, killed a guardsman, which he was trying very much not to do. He also said, like, before he had to kill the guardsman, he said that like people who kill are bad or something like that, which made his new companion go very quiet and introspective. Then the bandits attacked the town. They made their way in. They used the distraction that Yoke had caused and were victorious. They defeated the town guard. They seized the town for themselves. But in the process, they were pretty badly weakened. Only a small number of Ymir's bandits survived the fight. And after a short conversation, Yoke decided, in order to attempt to free his companion Kalia from the clutches of this orc, that he would attack. He did so. He managed to convince the surviving bandits to flee. As they all failed like wisdom saving throws to remain in the fight, leaving only Ymir. In an epic confrontation, Ymir downs Kalia and then executes her, cutting her throat and spilling her blood to the dirt. He then charges our boy Yoak, and Yoke finishes him with a fairy fire dagger to the heart. But in the course of that fight, another wild magic surge caused us to roll wild magic every turn for a minute. And as Yoke was bent over, crying atop the like dead form of his new companion Kalia, one of these wild magic surges took us to the astral plane. On that astral plane, Yoke, who had been convinced the entire session that the fairies guided his actions and supported him, was confronted by two of the Fae. They offered Yoke a deal. They would return Kalia to life. They would give Yoke magic and power, but he had to swear himself to the Pact of the Fae. So we're doing milestone XP. So at the end of the session, Yoke would have gained a level anyway, and the deal mechanically was that they would revive. They would restore Kalia to life, but his level would have to go into a Pact of the Feywild Warlock, which Yoke accepted.
Got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and as Yoke accepts appearing in between the two Fae who originally offered him the deal. The Princess of the Shadowglass, the Lady of the Dread Omens, and the Seeker of the Three Crowns, uh, Mintra Soyota, appeared before him, accepting his oath and binding Yoak to his new Fae patron. And we return to the real world to see Kalia draw in a breath. And as she does, for the faintest of seconds, a lilac purple, the color of the Fae we have been seeing the entire time, flickers across her eyes. But maybe too quick for our hero Yoke to fully be sure what he saw.
Fucking Faye.
And that is where we rejoin our friend Yoke in the town of in the kind of mining edge of nowhere town of Erden, surrounded by the bodies that fell in the battle to take the town, and across the courtyard, next to the body of the slain half-orc Ymir, and we can see kind of from his perspective, we see the prone form of Kalia sit up. What are you doing,
So I think
Yoke?
I think Yoke appeared over the body of Ymir, right?
Yes,
When
that is
he
correct.
So he Kalia told him where the thing she wanted was. So he just wants to take his knife and like cut that off, like
Yeah,
the whole pouch. Just take the pouch,
yeah.
and then walk over to Kalia and fish out the object from the pouch.
Okay, cool.
Uh, and once he
And
gets over there, he kneels down next to her.
yeah. So what we see is you fish into this um like pouch. And as you go through it and you kind of look, she had mentioned that the thing she had to get back off Ymir before she could leave was a ring. Um, and you're going through. There's some basic kind of cheaper gems. There's probably two. There's probably a gold piece, some silver, and some copper. Um, and there's a ring inside the pouch. Um, it's a single ring. It's gold. It has a like a flat top, almost like a signet ring. If you've ever seen one, and it has like a sigil, like carved, like inscribed onto the top of it.
Um, I was gonna say, can I roll something to know if I recognize the sigil? Yoke doesn't know shit. Yoke
Yeah,
can't recognize anything.
yeah,
Um, Yoke takes the ring, holds it in his hand. I think, like, so yeah. Before he gets to her, um, kneels down and like takes her hand and like places the ring in it, uh, and like nods at her. Are you
yeah.
okay?
She is like drawing in like deep breaths. Um, you notice, like you look at her, and she has this like a deep kind of like really thick scar line running from one side of her throat to the other. um she uh like she's probably like feeling around the scar, and she looks up to you with wide eyes, um and says, "What happened?"
A lot. Yoke uh furrows his brow, thinking how to encapsulate everything that just happened, uh, and says, "The fairies. I I told you the fairies. They look out for me. And they brought you back. You're fine. Everything's gonna be okay."
Again, just like the last time you mentioned the fairies, um, this is the second time ever that you've mentioned it, and someone hasn't given you the look. Um,
Yeah, that
she
fucking look.
she nods, and I think she goes with it. You give her the ring.
Yeah, no, that's the first thing he does is places
Cool.
the ring in her hand, and
So
like
she
yeah, like places it in her hand, then like closes her hand over the ring just to like make sure that like she has it and isn't gonna let go.
yeah, so she puts it on, and she like stares at it for a while, um, and again looks back up at you and just says, "Thank you."
Promise is a promise. Can you
Okay.
stand?
I think so, and she does.
Yeah, Yoke for sure helps her up if she need. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, he wants to walk back over to the body of Ymir.
Okay. Yep, that's easy enough to do.
Um, he takes his dagger, the one that you know seconds before was engulfed in
Yeah.
fey fire.
Can you roll
Uh,
me a perception as you do that? Well, is
sure.
perception the right?
Don't
Uh,
say insight. Do not say
it's
insight.
it's not insight. We're not doing insight. Um, yeah, I think it is perception. Just roll me a perception.
7.
Okay. And you like something doesn't seem right about Ymir, like the corpse. It doesn't look the way um that Yoke expects, but I don't think Yoke knows why. I don't know, like something is ticking in the back of his head that says like something here isn't right, but it's yeah, what that is, what's causing that thought to go through his head, he doesn't know.
Okay. Yoke stares at his body for a while. This is the first person that Yoke has ever killed intentionally.
Yep.
He's accidentally killed a whole bunch of people, and he feels very guilty about that. But this is the first person that he was like, "I want to kill you. Uh, you need to die." Like he held hate in his heart for this person.
Yeah.
Um, he wants to stare at his face and memorize that face.
Yeah.
That's just something I can do, yeah.
Yeah. It's just something you can do.
Okay, yeah. He like ingrains that face into his like. He will never forget this face, and then he kneels down and um, whispers something in Sylvan that I don't think anyone hears but Yoke. Uh, so I don't think we hear what that is either. Uh, and then he cuts off his other tusk
Yeah.
and places that like. I think he also wants to search Shamir.
Sure. Um, so you go through. So you've got the most valuable thing Ymir has already. It's
Yep.
his pouch, right? And he has kind of like laying next to him is this like hand and a half like bastard longsword that he had. And he is wearing a like medium armor that I don't think Yoke knows enough about armors to be able to tell what it is. It's metal and leather, and yeah, Yoak doesn't know he's wearing armor. He has 3 pieces of parchment in a pouch. Do you what languages do you read?
I have common and Sylvan, and then I get an extra language, but we decided that because Yoke is a hillbilly, a country bumpkin, and all he has ever known is humans in common, that we would decide what that is later. And uh, yeah,
Is it Orcish?
I was gonna say it's totally orcish because of I rolled a 1 on a D100 to empower me in fucking Fey magic. I plunged the this like I think maybe we get a like another look at the dagger, and it is like this is an impressive like it is uh ornamented engraved rather with like lots of intricate details. This is probably the most expensive thing he owns. This
Yeah.
probably was the most expensive thing in that village. Um, there is something about this dagger, and I don't think it looked that way when we first met Yoke. I don't think he's no. Maybe he noticed it when he goes to take it to cut off Ymir's tusk. He like realizes that this dagger has changed um from the last time he used it, and there is yeah engravings on it that I think evoke Fae, but no specific Fae, just Fae in general, like the
Yep.
Fae Wilds. Um, it's not bound to anyone. Yeah. It's changed somehow, and I think when he plunged his dagger into Ymir, he gained the knowledge of Orcish.
Okay. Cool. Um, So on these 3 scrolls, the like primary information. So 2 of them are in Orcish, so 2 of them you can read. The third is in a script you do not understand. And 2 of them are like from home. I think you get like the impression of. One of them seems to be written to a much younger Ymir, and the tone is a lot kinder. Um, it speaks of home. It speaks of his family, his brothers waiting for him at home, and it's asking him to return um, back to their homeland, back to his family. Um, the second um, is the first one is probably the ink is fairly faded. Um, it's pretty cracked and worn from opening and closing quite a lot. And this second one looks a lot newer. The ink is a lot fresher. The parchment itself in better condition. Um, and it is the complete opposite of the first letter you read. It speaks on the dishonor Ymir has brought to his family. Um, it's I think even though you speak um, uh, Orcish, there's a few words in there you don't get. You don't have the kind of like cultural knowledge to understand. They probably translate directly to uh, they would translate directly to something um, like dread, but it doesn't fit the sentence, right? Like the flow of the sentence is weird with dread in it. It seems almost like a title of some sort. Um, and it like the complete opposite. You brought dishonor to the family, never return home. um you get the impression that this obviously after whatever caused him to have half of his tusk broken off by his father. This was written after that.
Okay. Is there anything else?
Uh, Nothing of importance. There's probably like little junky, trinkety type items, um,
Okay.
but it's all scrap. It probably had sentimental value to Ymir more than actual value.
I want to take all of that.
Okay.
Anything that I think is like was important to Ymir, I want to take.
Okay.
Um, and I assume he had like something to polish his sword with, right? Like a cloth.
Yeah, so you have what was it? Uh, he'd effectively have like a Dungeoneer's pack. So if you look up the contents of that, plus like a whetstone or
Cool.
something to
Yeah.
sharpen his blade.
So Yoke wants to yeah, take all of Ymir's stuff and like all of his like not his like Dungeoneers shit, just things that Yoke thinks is sentimental,
Sure.
including the
Brutal.
letters, and yeah, package that up in like a like wants to wrap that up in the cloth, the like the sword polishing cloth, including the
Yep, cool.
tusk, and then he wants to also take his sword.
Yep, absolutely. So just add like a longsword, you can put in Ymir's longsword.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, and then add whatever else you take from his
I'm just
body.
writing all of these sentimental things.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's a long sword.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. After that, he stands up again and looks down at the body for another moment, and then yeah, looks to see where Kalia is.
So she's um I think she's probably looting. Um she's picking the pockets of the dead. Um she is a pragmatist. She
Okay, cool.
does not care for
Yoke
sentimentality.
Yoke seeing that feels a lot better about what he wants to do. Um,
Okay?
can I find my body?
Can you find your body?
Well, I transformed into the guard captain and he
Oh,
appeared, so
okay,
I want to go and
sure.
find my body.
Yeah. I think that's probably the person that Kalia is like bent over at the moment.
Yeah, I go join her.
Okay.
Um,
She
yeah.
as you approach, she like gestures at the guy's like boots, and says, "You're probably about the same size, and they're better than yours."
Yoke was not prepared for this. But he's dead.
She looks at you, then he's not using them.
Religion, Liam. Let's talk about religion.
Okay,
Is what does religion look like in this part of the world, specifically for Yoke's people?
sure. Um, there
Because I
is
don't. Go on.
probably a like heavy like folklore culture around the burning of the dead. I think there's probably a lot of again like folklore stuff about, you know, if you don't and you leave them, they'll come back as Draugr, they'll come back as undead. Um, you know, if you want to keep your home safe from that sort of thing, the dead should be consumed by fire. Should be given back by fire.
Okay. I think probably there's also a subset, like a more ancient religion, like when Christianity made its way over to England and there were still pagans for like a long time.
Yep.
I think there's a subset of that and how like pagan mythos like ingrained itself into like that early version of English Christianity. So I think there's a lot of still those beliefs from, because we live right next to a fucking cursed forest that is filled with fae. Like, so I think
Yeah, there
those,
probably is like an element of like appeasing
yeah,
the Feywild, right? Like
yeah,
you don't want
and
the Fey finding you're dead because they'll bring them back.
yeah, Yoke has always been more attracted to that side of things, and has like, yeah, felt a connection to that his whole life. Uh, Maybe obviously as to why now. Um, is there anything about taking someone's shoes?
I think robbing the dead in general is probably pretty frowned upon. And again, it's like this. You just don't want to piss off the dead, you know. Like spirits, they'll come get you. The Fae, like if you leave the body, the Fae's gonna come reanimate them. But if you leave the spirit, fuck, that might be worse. You piss them off enough to stick around. Not great.
We should leave his shoes on him. The seeker of the three crowns would not be happy. His spirit may haunt us.
You roll me perception.
Perception or insight?
Perception.
16.
Yeah, so her boots are really nice. And I don't think you remember them being this nice this morning. And she shrugs. She says, it's your feet that'll hurt. I don't care.
Roll persuasion.
Where are we?
Yoke wants some
Kalia?
nice shoes. He doesn't want to piss off the dead, though. How much does he want nice shoes? Versus how much does he not want to piss off the dead?
Persuasion.
Yeah.
An 11.
Yeah, he shakes his head. No. Um, I'll stay on the side of the living for the while.
Yeah, I mean, again,
And
she
I,
don't care.
yeah, my boots are fine. How dare you? Um, yeah, I think Yoke like waits a few minutes while she does what she's doing,
Sure.
and then I think he wants to get the fuck out of here.
All right. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that's probably the good idea. And eventually, something's going to show up to a town full of dead bodies. And,
You know,
and
this is a town though, right? People live here that aren't
yeah,
like the
well,
people that are
absolutely.
dead.
Yep.
Yeah, so okay, he doesn't wait. She says it's your feet. Um and then he says we should leave. Beyond angering the dead spirits, there are going to be people coming to investigate this very soon. I don't think we should be here when they arrive.
Oh, yeah. 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 I mean, she agrees with you. And she is happy to leave.
Yeah, it's still nighttime, right?
Yes, it is. And it's probably like 9, 10 p.m. ish.
We're both exhausted after that. She just came back to life.
Yep.
Um
Yeah, you're gonna need to you're gonna need to find. You could go through the night, and you'd be taking exhaustion, and you're probably got enough left in you to get away from this town. But you're gonna need to find somewhere to camp, like soon.
let's head into the woods. An hour or so just to get away from town and we can make camp there. And yeah, I think unless she has objections, we just, yeah, walk down the road a little bit until we can get off this bluff,
Yep.
and make a like route into the woods. I want to be like not leaving tracks. I'm like
Okay.
expert mode, um, attempting to at least.
Yeah. Roll me
Survival.
your survival. Yes, please.
Can I have advantage because these are the woods I grew up in? Even if this is like further than I would track, these are still the same woods.
Yeah, sure. I think that's fair.
Thanks. A 9? What was that? A 6 and a 2. Jesus.
Okay. Yeah, you do your best to cover your tracks.
Okay. Yeah, and then we walk for like an hour or two to a point where I think we're gonna be safe, and then find a spot to camp.
Yeah. Roll me another survival for this campsite that you're looking for. Let's see what you think.
Advantage?
I think Kalia gives you the help action, so yeah.
Okay. Dude, what did the? Oh my god, a 6 and a
Okay.
7.
Sure. Yeah. So you is the plan you head back into the woods, from like where you are?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the map here. Also,
Yep.
just to explain, the reason there's so much black around this is Yoak hasn't ever left Wood End, which is the windmill over there. Um, so he doesn't know what the wider world looks like. So as we explore the map, he will see more. So I think there's this road, like the thick red one is a road, and then I think the dotted red one is also a road. It's just less traveled.
Yeah,
So
it's like a smaller track. So
I
the kind
think
of
we want to walk down
main
that track,
road. Yeah, so just walk down this kind of
and then like
track. Yep.
after like half an hour, dip into the woods
Okay,
and
cool.
just not try not get lost, but yeah, I guess get lost in the woods, but know where we are.
Sure.
So not get lost.
Um,
Just go and find
yeah.
the
So
woods.
you head into the woods, and you attempt to kind of find a place to camp, to stay, um, and you uh, yeah, you camp. Um, I think probably the explanation for kind of why you're like survival role, like you know these woods, you're fairly good at survival. But you're fucking tired. Like Yoke is tired. He's been through a lot in the last day.
3 days.
He's died. Um,
Yeah.
like Yoke has been through some shit. Um,
He made a deal with the Fae, which is another big one.
yeah, yeah. It's been a hot couple days for Yoke. Um, you you fall asleep. Um, you awake the next morning.
I would
Um,
like to wake up before her if that's an option.
roll me a d20 on a 1 through 10. She wakes up earlier. On 11 through 20, you wake up. So
13.
you wake up earlier.
Okay, yeah. Yoke wants to like prepare food. Um, like yeah. I guess he wakes maybe like an hour earlier, and he wants to like hunt some like birds or like some meat, and
Yep.
like collect some berries and like fruit from the
Oh yeah.
surrounding woods, and then prepare a meal.
Hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Um, give me another survival. Um, this time just straight.
My background lets me do it.
I know.
Okay. Do I get advantage?
I know. Just straight.
16.
Sweet.
Whew,
Okay.
I'm better without
Um,
advantage.
yeah. So yeah, you've rolled better with that advantage. Yeah. So you like travel your way through. You find some food. And I think you return and start making it. And as you are, um, Kalia awakes. Um, do you say, like, you notice her, like you notice her stirring and wake up? Do you see anything? Do you say anything as she does, or?
How do you feel? And this accent is the worst. Oh my god, I'm trying to do Welsh. I'm just fucking Kiwi over here. I don't know how to do
Yeah,
a Welsh accent.
yeah, you are just a Kiwi. She like um rolls her shoulders, cracks her neck. She says, and I think again you see her hand kind of trace over the line of scar that sits beneath, like, on her throat. She says, considering, well,
Do I get the impression that she is upset about the scar?
roll
That
me
is
insight.
not something. Okay. Yeah, I want to gauge her opinion of that scar. Yeah, that's about right for me. An insight.
You have absolutely no idea.
Natural one. God damn it.
Yeah, yeah. You don't know.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. He nods. Um. I'm sorry. I let that happen to you. I'm sorry.
Uh, she says, I'm still alive. And then, like, kind of walks over to where you're cooking, and just changes the subject. Says, so, what's the plan? Where are we going?
She grew up in Erden, right?
She did. Or at least that's what she's told you.
Have you ever been beyond these? How the fuck? Okay, I'm trying to get this. I have to get this. How? I'm Welsh. That's right. No, it's not a Welsh accent. Welsh, Welsh. Nope. Sorry, Welsh people. Um, have you ever been beyond this area? I know you were in the woods, but have you ever gone further than Erden?
She says, let me just pull up the. She says, just think about this. Yeah, okay. She says, I've been to River once when I was young. A bigger town. Uh, she, like, gestures. She says, it's connected by this bridge. Two sides of a river. She, like, you get the impression she's saying this to try and, like, get a reaction from you, um, and obviously there isn't one. Give me.
He nods. He just nods. Like, okay, sure. There's a place. I thought the place where we were in last night was the capital of the world. He is like, I think he says that. He says,
One second, Matt. Is it gonna fuck you up if I turn this camera off for a second? How
let's
bad
find
are
out.
the ratings? Okay, give me one
I don't
moment.
know. Let's find out what happens.
Vamp for like 30 seconds.
Okay. Um. Oh God, it's just me and I'm Liam now. Hi. Oh God, that'll be fine. That should be fine. Um. God, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I want to go. I think Yoak wants to find. Yoak didn't know he was magical until I think 3 days ago. 4 days ago now. I think yeah. It's been 4 days. So he didn't know he was magical, and then he exploded his whole town. Um, and that has upset him. He thinks he's killed his dad. Uh, so I think he wants to find someone who knows about magic. Uh, probably a wizard, because I don't think he knows what sorcerers are. He knows what fairies are, and he knows that fairies have magic, but he knows fairies are tricky. But he's heard of wizards, so I think he wants to find a wizard. He thought there was going to be a wizard in Erden because he thought Erden was like the capital of the world, and it was covered in spires, and just an absolutely massive city. It's not that. It's kind of a trash heap. There's like 1,000 people that live there, maybe. That's a stretch, and everything is just not good. It's better than his town. It had a wall and like stone buildings, but so it's not the capital of the world. So I think he wants to. I think his grand goal in his mind is to go to the capital because there'll be wizards in the capital, and if he can find some wizards, they can help him figure out what's going on with him because he is so confused. But
Okay.
it worked. Yeah, it just went back to normal.
So
Thank goodness.
that's more what I was concerned about. I knew turning off the camera would fuck it up, but I was hoping that just turning it back on would just fix it. So good.
What did you do? Did you just turn the camera on and off again?
Yeah, I just go feed the cat. The sheets. We now have 2 kittens and a cat, and the 2 kittens will eat the cat's food if they're just left together. So
Okay.
the Freya has to be in here, otherwise she won't get any food because the kittens will just eat her food.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So I just had to let her in here and grab some food real quick, but I meant fucking move this up. So
That's fine.
okay.
Yeah, so she says that, and he says to her, "Until last night, I thought Erden was the capital of the world. Um, between the two of us, you are far more knowledgeable on the subject. I am still trying to comprehend how everything. I'm kind of at a loss here. So if you say we go to Riverton, we should go to Riverton.
Rat.
River Rat?
AK. Just with that AK.
Riverack. Riverack. Rivac or Riverack?
I don't think she knows.
Right. Oh, all right. We'll go to Riverack or Rivrack. One of the two won't be the other.
Okay. Um. Uh. Sorry. 1 second. One word of advice for anyone who wants to run a game at any point. Don't change your mind on what level an NPC needs to be after you start. Painful to try and level them up as you go.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we've done that now.
How high of a level is she?
Not her. And
Oh, don't say that.
so you set off. I I don't think she knows where this is. She's been there like once as a child. But what I think she knows is that we just follow the roads, and it will lead us somewhere, in the roughly right direction. So that's what we can do. We can make our way to the road, and make our way down it.
Okay, yeah, I think we go to the less trodden path.
Sure. Okay. Yep. So you're not taking the kind of faster route.
Yeah. Yeah. Until we're away from Erden, I don't want people to see me or her.
Sure.
Especially her. I don't want people to see her because she's from here and people might recognize her.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That is smart. Yeah, so you like head onto the road, and make your way down towards presumably this town that will have a wizard. You
I don't. Yoak doesn't think there's gonna be a wizard here. Yoak doesn't know what he thinks, and he knows that there is a capital because capitals are a thing because capitals exist in stories. So and he's an intelligent dude. He's a
and
hillbilly, but he's
yeah, and I mean,
intelligent.
you absolutely like heard your family father at some point complained about paying something to a capital of some sort. Yeah,
Yeah, so he knew his dad talked about going to Erden before, and he said it's so big there, it's wow. And then I think he conflated when his dad talked about Erden and his dad talking about the capital. He
yeah,
kind of just assumed those were the two, like they were the same.
yeah, and just
So
assumed
he
they were
thinks, yeah,
both the same.
yeah, he knows he needs to get to the capital to find a wizard. That
Yeah,
makes sense to him because the
yeah,
capital will have wizards. He doesn't think Riverrack or Rivak is the capital,
okay,
or will
cool.
have a wizard. He doesn't know. He thinks it will. She said it's bigger, but the last time he went to a bigger town, it was fucking Erden, and Erden was a disappointment.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
he doesn't know what he's expecting. But yeah. So we head on to the less trodden path.
Okay. Yeah, you make your way down. Um, I think this is probably it was about 2 days, 2 days
It's
from
2 days.
kind of Wood End to your
Yep.
home. And this is a slightly better traveled path. So although we're going a bit further, it's probably only going to take you 3.5-ish days of travel just walking along this path. You're not kind of trouncing through woods or open fields. You're kind of walking along a path, which kind of speeds up your travel time at least a little bit. And so, do you? Is there anything that Yoke initiates in the next 3.5-4 days of travel?
You mean with her, or like just does he
In
do
general,
anything besides traveling?
yeah, in general, like you aren't going to be walking in complete silence for 3.5-4 days. I imagine we probably get cutscene montagey type scenes of small talk, right? Building rapport between you two. Not necessarily things we have to play out unless there is specific information that Yoke looks for. Um, it's yeah, you're not going to be walking in complete silence for 3.5-4 days.
I
But unless
think
it's something specific, we probably don't have to play it out.
the big thing he wants to get out of her is because she has told him that like, the ring that she has, she stole it from someone, and then
Yes.
that person or someone then came and took her entire family away as punishment.
Yep.
Um, he wants to, and he's not just. We've got days here, so he's gonna spend like a couple days building and trying to figure out if she knows who that person was, um, where they might be, just information about that person, and then I think just generally like rapport building. Just asking questions about her and her life, and like when two like I don't know, yeah, just like that kind of 20 question stuff and answering stuff about his life if she asks.
Easy.
But the big thing is like figuring out who that person is
Yeah. Yeah, I think
or people
that's
are.
yeah. So roll me a persuasion with advantage, and we'll see how
Okay,
Yoke goes on the old talking front. Sweet.
22.
Yeah. So as you're walking, it's probably on the third day. Yoke uh, is fairly like emotionally intelligent when it comes to communicating with people. So he's kind of built this up over the course of 3 days, and you get around to the topic of who were these people. I think maybe Yoak asks about the sigil on the ring or something like that, to try and get some sort of like information on who they were. She says that she doesn't know exactly. They were the like important people, the people who owned or ruled or controlled Erden. But there is a definite implication that their control or reach or power extended outside Erden. It is broader than this singular town. If you have kind of specific follow up to that, you can.
Yeah,
You
so
can
I
ask.
think again, like not just jumping into it and like over the course of hours or like the couple days, trying to figure out what like the specific person that the ring belonged to, if she thought that they were from outside of Erden, from somewhere else, like how well off she, like how rich she thought they were, like their general station in society. Yeah, their general station in society, and whether she thought that they weren't from Erden.
So gold is an item of wealth, right? Like you'd expect in modern day. And most signet rings and most like seals, whether Yoak would specifically know this or if there's something that kind of Kalia makes mention to, um, most, and I think if Yoak has ever seen one before, they're generally made of copper. So they're normally made of copper. And this one is gold. Um, it this person was definitely of wealth, of like higher station, um, and yeah, probably fairly powerful. Generally, uh, whether it's something Yoke would specifically know or not, um, gold signet rings are generally reserved for people in not necessarily nobility, because that's not necessarily where all power comes from in this area. Um, there are people of the merchant class who are very powerful, and they would have gold signet rings. Um, but it's a denotation of power. It's someone politically well connected and powerful, whether that be nobility or money, connections some other way.
Okay. Okay, cool. I think beyond that, in the back of the mind, he's also thinking about what the fuck is going on with me. Why am I magic all of a sudden? Um, what the hell happened with the Archfey with Sintra, or the Seeker of Three Crowns? That's I think what we said his family.
Yeah.
Like that's what they call
That's
him
that's
in
what the
her
area.
this
Yeah,
region.
that's more
Yeah.
the like folklore name, more than any of the others.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think he's still referring to her as that. So he's genuinely thinking about what the hell was that deal that I made? How has it changed me? Has it changed me? Like, what does it mean? But I don't think anything specific from that. Maybe at night, like realizing his new powers.
Do you want to roll me an Arcana to see how your investigations into the arcane go?
14?
Yeah. So you're definitely starting to like figure out things, and things aren't in the last in the episode we didn't record. There was a lot of like impulsive kind of casting of magic. Something would happen, and in a reaction, Yoke would throw his hands up, and the magic would happen. Um, you're definitely starting to figure out how to be more intentional about it. I think you still need someone like obviously mechanically you can still cast
Yeah.
any spells you want,
Yeah.
but flavor wise, to be able to do it 100%, you need someone to show you how. Um, but you're getting more control over it. You're starting to establish that hey, this isn't just a thing that happens. This is a thing I can do.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. I think yeah. The first time he intentionally cast a spell was throwing fireballs at your mirror. um,
Fire bolts.
five
We're
bolts.
not
Sorry,
quite
five bolts
fireball
at your
yet.
mirror. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So he's exploring that feeling and all of that. But yeah, beyond all that, no. I think that's all.
So I think near the end of the skipping around a bit, near the end of the second day, kind of start of the third, depending, um, probably near the end of the second, on this kind of disused path, you see a like a building on the side of the road. It has like stable to the side of it, which has like a couple of horses in it, um, and above the the door, there is a sign that has like a hanging like bucket on it, and um, yeah, like I think it's getting late. You see the lights through the windows. Um, I I don't know whether there was a tavern in Woodend or not. It's pretty remote. Erden would have had one, um, but what Yoak knows, I think Kalia though turns to Yoak and says, um, "We could stay here tonight. They'll have rooms, proper food." Not that your food is bad, and she smiles.
The food that we ate last night was very good. Um,
Yep.
one could say empowered by magic. Good. Um,
Sweet.
not
Hell
intentionally
yeah.
on Yoke's part, but he was just like, "Damn, I'm a good cook."
Hell yeah.
So amazing food. What if someone from Erden sees or recognizes us?
She she shrugs and she says, "My hair's different to what it was when I lived there. Grown up, and we have been traveling as fast as we can. It's likely that news wouldn't have reached them."
How much money do I have from? I had 10 gold pieces to start with,
Yep.
which who the fuck knows where Yoke got those from?
Yeah.
Um, but how much did I get from? What did I get? What was in the pouch that I took from Ymir No Tusk?
So you had a gold piece, a singular gold piece,
I
6 silver and 4 copper, along with like some gemstones that I don't think Yoke knows enough about to
no way, no
value.
way. How much copper? Sorry,
Uh, 6.
6 copper, 6 silver. Okay.
Yeah. I actually don't remember how much copper I
Um.
said, but 6 works.
Okay. Um. How much? Um, how much does it cost to stay here? Because yeah, I think they would have like s- small towns, like especially way long ago, was like community centers, right? So I think there was like a building or like a pagoda that was this is where like the adults go at night to get drunk,
Yeah.
or like not get drunk because that's not how like medieval mead worked, but like this is where adults at night go to drink mead and like relax, and then like things happen in the day for kids, and this is the general community center. So I
Sure.
think he has that. I'm not sure if the town operated on gold or not. I don't think it did. I think it was very much more like trade based.
Yep.
Like so when his dad paid taxes, that was like a portion of his crop yield, and well, I guess that's always how taxes work.
Yeah.
That's just taxes. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So I don't
I
think
think
he's. So maybe he doesn't ask that. He doesn't say how much it costs because he doesn't think of
he's not
to
going to
ask
think
that.
it's going to cost.
That's
Yeah.
not his. That's not his context. So he says, and they'll just let two strangers stay here.
She says, we'll have to pay, but she she knows you took some money off Ymir, but she says, but I can pay for us for the night.
How much will it cost?
She drugs for both of us. Gold.
Matt's thinking of to see if that's right. I don't think that's correct. I think it's like copper, isn't it? Okay, he doesn't know any better though. Fucking why did I choose to play a bumpkin? Um gonna get ripped the fuck off. Um he shrugs and says, if you think it would be safe, then sure. Let's go. He walks up and knocks on the door.
She like pushes the door and walks in kind of past you. Um and you see a tavern. It's a fairly small, and there's probably only 4 or 5 kind of tables around the room. And they, I think, only 2 of them like have people at them. I think you see like 2. Uh, they are dressed like woodsmen or hunters or some sort of that ilk, and then 2 slightly more well dressed individuals, and from behind the bar, um, a older man, white hair, like white kind of beard, smiles at the 2 new visitors, and Kalia walks straight up to the bar.
I think Yoke walks up with. Yoke has no intention of letting her pay.
Okay. Um,
I
so
think
the
Yoke is viewing her. What is, I don't. He has paternal, not paternal instincts, but I don't know. When you have a younger sibling and you want to protect them, whatever that the real term for that is, he views her as a someone that he has to protect, like as a sibling.
yeah, okay. Yeah, so
He walks up with her, I guess.
yeah, so he the guy behind the bar smiles at the 2 of you as you approach and says, "And what can I do for our 2 travelers on this fine eve?"
Does she start to speak, or does
Yeah, I
Yoke
think
get there
she'll
first?
she'll go to start. You can like cut across her if you want.
He's not. I don't think he's trying to interrupt her. They just
Okay.
speak at the same time.
Yeah,
I,
sure.
yeah. So she starts to say something, and then at the same time, he's like, "Me and my sister need a room for the night."
He like
What was
still
that for?
smiling the kind of playing the merry innkeeper. Um, he says, "Absolutely, my fine travelers. Um, a, a room each or one to share?"
Just a single room will do.
He smiles. "Absolutely, good sire. That will be 8 silver."
Insight check.
Go for it.
I I want to see if this guy's fucking. Yoak may not be too familiar with currency, but he's like been haggling his whole life with his dad, right? 18. Oh my god, a good insight.
So 8 silver would be the like standard cost per day for like a comfortable establishment. That's probably a step higher than this place is. This place is probably more like modest, which like average going rate would be about 5 silver. But we're in the country and this is pretty remote.
Um, 6 silver and throw in some food, and we'll make a deal.
Roll me a persuade. Kalia will give you the help action. So
Thanks,
roll with
Kalia.
advantage. Yeah, absolutely. So what did you said 6 silver?
6 silver and food.
Okay. Yeah, he nods, and he says, "Traveling is a tiring and weary pursuit. Take a seat, and I'll have and I'll bring out some bread and ale, and you have a room for the evening." Do you put the 6 silver out?
Yeah, no, he takes out 6 silver and pays.
Okay.
Thank you. What would they call like the person that runs that pagoda in his hometown? Like, what's someone that is like, there's a word. Oh my god, what's the word? It's like when you are the host. Oh yes, I guess just host.
That would seem to make sense.
Yeah, I don't know why it took me so long to get there. I think there's a better word for it though. Yeah, he hands over the silver and thank you, fine host. What was your name? This accent keeps changing. Yoke of the many
He
mouths.
says his name is
Random tables. I love it.
yeah. Where are we?
I don't know. Nothing is going to be worse than Frodge. Frodge, the guard captain.
Roger the guard captain. Yeah, that's right. And where? He says.
Do you know the name?
Pavel. Pavel. Yeah,
Okay.
Pavel Square.
I'm just getting fake names. How did I get? Thank you for your hospitality, Pavel. My sister and I thank you.
He keeps quiet and moves off to the table.
Yes, so does Yoke.
One second. You mean it? I can't hear you. Stream probably can.
Oh, nope.
This is gonna happen.
I want to. This is gonna happen a lot. I'm too quick with my mute button. I want to find the table that the badass lone wolf hangs out with in a proper campaign.
Okay.
The corner on their
Yeah,
own.
there's absolutely like a corner table. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're I think the like inbuilt adventurer in Yoak is surprised not to see a hooded figure, smoking a pipe, seated at this table. But there's not one. There's just the kind of two
Yoke is
woodsmen.
shocked to see something he never would have thought to expect to see. And he's confused as to why he thought there would be someone there.
And
It
as
takes
you're
a
kind of
moment.
walking towards the table, Kalia sits in and like hunches into the corner, and she has never looked more at home in a place as a level 3 rogue sitting in the corner of a tavern.
Yeah, Yoke nods and something clicks into place and all is right in the universe.
Yeah, the universe is right again. Yeah, after a while, Pavel kind of hobbles across the bar. I think he has a slight limp in his left leg, and places two bread, like two things of bread and stew, and two like smaller mugs of ale in front of each of you.
Yeah, Yoke, I think, digs in. Uh, thank you kindly. Thank you kindly, Pavel. That's Irish. Oh, this is a terrible Irish accent. That's not bad. For me, that's not bad. That's not
I,
Welsh, though.
I'm shit all for accents too, so
Yeah, but it's fun, so I have to do it. Um,
yeah. Just go watch.
thank you.
Like there is so much like Welsh um like TV, like crime kind of TV. I'm pretty sure doesn't
Okay.
Torchwood. I'm pretty sure there's some
Oh, it's fucking
characters in
what's her name?
Torchwood.
What's her name?
Um, yeah, with like a heavy Welsh accent.
Yeah, she's got.
Fantastic Welsh accent.
Yeah, her. Yeah, that lady. I'm gonna just go watch a bunch of Torchwood.
So just go watch
Um,
Torchwood, and that'll
and
just
if I
clue your
can, like
accent straight in.
Welsh soap operas.
Yeah. It's crime. It's all true crime.
It's
I'm pretty
crime.
sure like
Okay.
90 to 100% of Welsh TV is true crime. Um,
I don't know what her name is. I know exactly who you're talking about, though.
yeah. Just go watch her, and she has the most amazing Welsh accent, and that'll clue you straight in.
Okay. Uh, thank you kindly, Pavel. It's gonna be Irish for a while, I guess, because I can't get
Sure.
that out of my head.
Until we get the Welsh in. Yeah.
Well, it'll be Scottish, I imagine. It will hit to Scottish, and then we'll probably
We're
go Northern English.
we're just going like grand tour of the UK.
Yeah. Which sure. Um, thank you very much for the food, Pavel. It smells delicious.
Yeah, Clear's already eating. Um, I think yeah. So after a while, she says, um, "So what's the plan, Yoak? I know you want to go to a larger town, to." She smiles, the capital. But what then?
Yeah, in a hushed voice, so that only she can hear. Uh, I need to, I need to find a wizard. I need to find, yeah, a wizard who knows how to help me to make sure I don't keep hurting people when I don't mean to. No, yeah, just make sure I don't keep hurting people.
She says, every town, every big town has a wizard. We should be able to find you one. Then then I guess you'll go off and study how to cast magic.
Can I roll insight to see if Yoke understands that comment?
Yeah.
20?
Yoke understands that she is effectively saying, then you'll leave me.
Yeah. Oh, my heart breaketh. Um, oh, how's my sweet boy gonna reply? Um, my sweet wholesome Yoke. Uh, he shakes his head. I don't really have an interest in study. Ma always used to say I need to learn my letters, but, well, I didn't. I don't think I'm gonna be much of a wizard's apprentice. I I just need to know now how I just need to know how to not hurt people. I can't have that happen again. I can't keep doing that. If there's a wizard in Riverton, then I don't know. We'll go speak to him. And he looks down at her hand. Is she wearing the ring?
She is, yes.
Uh, and then we find out. And then after, I think we go find who that ring belonged to and what the symbol on it means. If you want to, of course.
Yeah. Sweet. So I think the rest of the night passes fairly uneventfully. Um, the room is there. You rest the night properly.
I am what? No, don't go to sleep. She sleeps in the bed, and I am up in a chair on the I'm on fucking guard.
Okay. Can you? So you'll take exhaustion.
Yeah, unless if she wakes up at one point and no, he doesn't say anything. He just says, "You take the bed, and I'll stay on the floor."
Yeah.
And then just doesn't. Yeah, he just wants to stay guard.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you'll take a point of exhaustion for not sleeping.
Yep.
Let me just look up exactly what that means for you. I'm pretty sure. It's been a very long time since I've had to use exhaustion. Because
people just
normally,
take watches normally.
yeah, there are multiple party members who can just take watches. Where are we? 180.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
That is exactly what I thought. You. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, you'll take a point of exhaustion, but that's fine. You can do that. And we move on.
Yeah. Before so he's gonna act like he slept. Well, he's just gonna make it seem like he was awake before she was, and he goes and grabs some food like breakfast for them to have in the morning.
Cool. Can you roll me a deception?
Advantage or normal?
Normal.
Or disadvantage? Disadvantage.
Yeah, actually, sorry, this is an ability check, and you have a point of exhaustion, so disadvantage.
13 still?
Let's see. Okay.
You with the secret?
Yeah. So you get her food, and you move on. You leave. Do you do anything as you leave? Do you say anything to Pavel? He bids you farewell as he does every weary traveler who passes this establishment.
I'm trying to figure out if it's a good idea to pay him to not say that we weren't here. In the same vein, what if I pay him to say we weren't here, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, two people came and they wanted to pay me that they weren't here, which was weird." You're asking about the strange things that happened? Yeah, that was a strange thing that happened. It was weird. I think Yoak walks up to Pavel. And yeah,
Pavel smiles and says, "Can I get you any supplies for the road, young squire?"
Thank you kindly, host Pavel. But we should be fine. I did have a question, if you had a moment of time.
He gestures at the empty tavern.
This we're on the back roads, right?
We are, yeah. We're where your character is, um, like currently on the map.
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't even notice that. Tight. Um. How dangerous are the roads this time of year to travel without armed guards?
Um, he says, there has been news lately of bandits in the forest to the north. Um, but if you head south, the roads are fairly clear. I have not heard of any waylaid travelers, at least not for the last few weeks.
Uh, Yoak nods grimly. We are headed for Erden. We have family there. It should only be another day or so, yeah? Correct?
He nods. He says, "I about 2 days on this path to Earth."
Hmm. Hopefully, we do not encounter any of these bandits further north. Thank you for your patronage once again, host Pavel. And he um, hands him a 6 copper coins um, for your patronage. It has been most appreciated.
He nods and says, um, "Thank you, Squire. I hope your path north is untroubled and your family well."
Okay, cool. Um, yeah, I think we leave and then we go back up the road to Erden until we can't see the tavern anymore, and then we dip into the woods, and
Okay.
then like go back around.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And then because I'm looking right next to the tavern. There's like the woods in between the two
Yep.
roads.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, go up like I don't it shouldn't take that long to be out of sight of the tavern. But as soon as we
Yeah.
dip into those woods and then like
Come
follow
back
the
down the
tree
road.
line until just follow the tree line down until the tree line stops and then pop out of the road. So I guess popping out like here.
Yep.
How do I ping?
So
Like there.
yeah. So I think it's probably a day and a little bit travel to the next town, kind of along this road. Little diversion will probably add half a day. So we're probably looking at almost on day and a half, almost 2 days. Um,
So
for
should
this
get
last
to
little bit of
Riverton
path.
at
Um,
like midday tomorrow.
you'll get to the next town along the road by then, yeah. Um, so you just head off. And again, is there anything you kind of want to happen in this time, or are we good to kind of move to your arrival
Yeah, I
at
don't
the
think
next
anything
town along the road?
specific. I think Yoke does what he had done on the previous couple days travel, where he like slow balls and makes it clear that he isn't like gonna abandon her. He
Cool.
doesn't just come out and say it, but very like so that yeah, like he did before, like navigate that without just coming out and saying it.
Yeah, sweet.
But it is made clear that he isn't gonna like leave
Yeah, cool.
and go be a wizard's apprentice.
So you head down the road and eventually make it to a, a riverside town. You see the smoke from the like chimneys appear above the horizon, and then the town appears over the crest of the hill, and we are now just outside the town. Kalia gave you a description of a town divided by a bridge spanning the course of this river or gap, a waterway of some sort. It's very apparent as soon as you see this town. This is not Riverak. This is not the town to which Kalia referred. How would you like to proceed?
So does it have a wall?
No.
So it's about the same size as Erden.
Yeah, I would say probably maybe slightly larger than Erden, but more sprawling, right? So it's more spread out. There's more distance, but slight more distance between places. It's not confined by this like bluff that Erden was on. It's kind of spread out along the bank of this this lake that you can see.
Does she look nervous? Is she like as skittish as Yoak is?
I think she is cautious.
Okay. That's a better word than skittish. Thank you.
Yeah, she's cautious, but not like she's not jumpy or anything. She's watching. Like I think as you kind of get closer and closer to the town, you start to see people. I think that in difference to Erden, which had a very like it had a guard, but the guard was very like ragtag. I think you actually see like a uniformed guard. There's probably like you see two people with spears, wearing kind of leather breastplates with like a coloured sash across them. That they both wear the same armor and sash. Both have a spear. And you see people going about their business in the town.
Okay. I think before we got into sight of the town,
Yep.
what color is her hair?
She has like dark brown hair and cropped short. So yeah, Kalia, she's probably about 5'6" ish, with her close cropped dark brown hair, blue eyes, wearing she's wearing rags. Her like scraps of things that she's found, and some really nice boots.
Boots are gonna get us in trouble, man. She doesn't have a hood or anything, does she? Okay, Yoak wants to.
You remember that she did, but the cloak she kind of wore was immolated.
Yo, shit. All right, I gotta buy her a new cloak then. I want to So before we get into the side of the town, Yoak takes some mud and like he wants to make. I guess this is a disguise. Yeah, he wants to like just make his hair not be so like red.
Sure. So she sees you doing this,
Not well.
and just goes, "Let me," and she takes over. She's actually proficient with disguise kits,
Sure.
and is going to roll.
Can I give her the help action?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna abuse the fuck out of that.
So like instead of what this roll would have been you at disadvantage. With this like a deception roll at disadvantage. What it is now is her with advantage. So
Tight.
Let's see how she does. Yeah, that was self still. She rolled a 20. So she
A nat
I-
20 or a modified 20?
Modified 20, dirty
Okay.
dirty 20 if you will.
Dirty 20 is still great.
Yeah, so she, I think she makes like she gets some like charcoal and finds it, breaks it up, and kind of runs it through your hair, and like stains it like a much darker. It's still red. You can't really disguise red that well, but it's like a much darker, like an auburn kind of browny red instead of like the really vibrant red that Yoak's hair is. I think she also like she does other things that kind of disguise your visage, one way or another. Mechanically, if you need to like hide your identity from someone, you'll do it with advantage.
Yeah, and then I think he says, we are brother and sister traveling to Erden to meet some family. Your name is Eve, and I am um 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 these. Why are all of these like Chinese names? I need some like like English old country names. Your name is Eve, and I am Coulter. We're traveling from Riverton to Erden to meet some family. So Coulter and Eve.
Okay.
Eve spout EIV. Does she seem fine with that?
She doesn't comment.
And I want to enter this town so it doesn't look like we've come from the roads
Sure.
coming
So
from the north. I want it to make it look like we're coming from the south.
yeah, so the kind of there's the major road that kind of hooks in this. You can get from the kind of crappy trail to the major road to the north fairly easily. Um, but I'll get you to roll me a stealth um to get from the like between the two major roads. If there's no one watching, this won't matter. But we've already seen that this town does have guards. So yeah, give me a roll.
Can she roll? Because she is better at stealth.
She
Yoke
can
will.
she
Because
can give you the
there's
help action.
there's such a thing as she's not a PC, is she? No,
She can give you
NPCs can do group rolls. That's a thing. Group rolls are a thing.
she can give you the help action.
So she can't roll.
This is your idea.
Fucking shit. So just normal.
Just yeah, with advantage because she'll give
No,
you
because
help
of disadvantage, and then it's
because
okay
you are
to stay
exhausted.
normal.
Yes, evens out the normal.
I'm gonna use one of my lucky points on that.
Okay, roll it.
I think I just roll a flat d20, right?
You roll a flat d20 and replace the result of yours with that. All right.
Modified
Yeah,
20.
you make your way to enter this town from the south, and you make your way in.
I don't see any wizard towers, do I?
No, no, this is the same sort of like low-lying, kind of wood and mud brick kind of houses. Although there is a like market square here. I think it's against one side of it is open to the lake, and then it's got like kind of stalls and shop fronts around the outside. Kalia looks at you and says, "I'm going to buy some new clothes." Like looking down at her rags. if you're planning on us going anywhere less looks around, rural than here, we'll both probably need them.
He nods. Considering that I am the one that immolated your. No, he doesn't know what immolated means. Um, considering I am the one that burnt your clothes to a crisp. He's American now? Um, um, I feel it is only right that I buy you some new ones. Um, and I will also get myself something less. You said rural?
Yeah. Yeah, like we're starting to head into like
Oh
more
no, he just doesn't know what
developed.
rural means.
Yeah, okay. She looks at you and says, um, if your plan is to head to Riverick, you'll need she I think she just like gestures at a couple of the people around who are wearing like merchanty type clothing as opposed to like there are definitely still in this town the like woodsmen and hunters and farmers that are from around here and she kind of points out a few of the fancier dressed people and says the further we go, the more it will benefit us to look like them.
He nods. Um, yeah, he nods, and then I guess we go to the market and buy some new clothes. Specifically, I want hoods,
Yeah. So
and I will haggle this price down because I'm poor at the moment.
yeah, okay.
Well, actually,
So
11 gold for the country isn't that bad.
yeah, no. So I mean, look, like it depends on what we're looking for here. Standard clothing, they probably have sets of it for 5 silver. Um, if you want kind of clothes that are better for travel, for kind of blending in with that group of people, that will be more, and that would probably include your like hooded cloaks and stuff. Um, so I think for like common clothes, yeah, like the price in the PHB is 5 silver. But if you want stuff with like hoods and stuff, it's about 2 gold for a full set. Probably a little bit less for Kalia because you're not looking to buy good boots. So Kalia's is probably only about a gold,
So
whereas
3
yours
gold
would be
total.
about 3 gold total to kind of outfit you with like traveling clothes.
Yeah, okay. So Yek is like she's picked out what she wants. He's picked out some stuff, and then he like holds up like a tunic or a cloak or something, holds it up in front of him, and then shows the stall owner, and then points to like maybe it's a blemish, maybe it's not. Um, 2 gold for this, you say? Seems like an awful lot when the clearly the manufacturing process didn't go to plan. I say a gold. 2 gold for all of it.
Roll me a persuasion.
He for sure didn't say manufacturing. He said a poor person word for that.
Yeah, yeah. With disadvantage.
Yeah. 17 still.
Okay. So the store owner says 2 gold, 5 silver for the lot.
How much does a gold break down into? 100?
10,
10
10, 10,
only? Oh god.
10, 10, 10.
Is it really? Oh. Okay. He can I roll an insight check to see if I can if I push this further? Yeah, No.
Roll for-
Oh, I
roll,
can.
yeah.
Okay. Disadvantage. Yeah, it's an insight. Who can? Yeah.
Yeah, Yoak, he's a sociable person. He knows people. He can talk to people. He can lie to people. But fucked if he can tell what they're thinking. And
Yeah.
you have no idea.
He nods. This person clearly wants to bargain with him. This person wants to haggle. Um, they're down for this. He nods. Hmm. Gold and 3 silver.
Golden 4.
Gold and 3 silver and 5 copper.
She looks you up and down. Deal.
Gives her like sticks his hand out and shakes it like a hearty farmer's shake. And Matt will do some maths. So gold. So
The
9 gold,
two gold total,
2 gold total,
and then
and then 3 silver. So I have 6 silver left.
yep.
And then I did 5 copper, so I have 5 copper as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so we get dressed up and then I guess we go to a tavern?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless
definitely one in town.
yeah, is there anything she wants to do specifically?
She looks at you and just asks you how much money you have.
I have 9 gold and 6.5 silver.
Um,
How much do you have?
she asks. She asks you if she can have it.
He cocks his head. How come?
I can guess us things that will make, and she like gestures at your hair, and this easier in the future.
How much will it cost?
I don't know, but I think I can probably bring back most of your coin.
Do you want my help?
She roll me insight.
I got the insight. How do you train a proficiency? It doesn't help that I'm rolling disadvantage.
Yeah.
Because I did roll an 18.
You don't like you don't gain any. She looks at you and she says, "With the people I'll need to talk to, I think I'll do better alone."
I take it they don't like rural folk. And sorry, he's butchering the word rural. That's a hard word for me to
Yeah.
say, and I speak he is butchering that word. He means it, and he's trying to joke with her. He's trying to
Yeah.
oh, okay, you called me rural. I see. I'm too country for this.
She says, yeah, she says, they won't like dealing with someone who looks like they're about to run to the guard.
I'm gonna roll wisdom. This is just a disposition check for Yoke. Um, it's just ability checks at a disadvantage. 12. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. I have no intention of running to the guard. He's Irish again. Um, if anything, I'm equally as skittish. I'm equally as nervous about them as anyone else. But I take your meaning. Shall we meet up again at the fountain in the center of town?
Yeah, it's as good a spot as any.
Yeah, and he hands her all of his money except 1 gold, just in case he needs a
Sure.
gold.
And she
Should I
leaves.
remove that all from my character sheet?
No, you can leave it on there. I'll when she gets back, I'll tell you
Cool.
how much to remove.
So she gets 8 gold, 6 silver, and 5 copper.
Cool. Yeah, you'll probably get most of that back, I think.
Go on. Yeah, go on.
Do you? She turns and walks away from you. Do you do anything?
This town is a lot bigger than he's used to. But the people here are still they're just like, so I live in New Zealand, and Christchurch is like, everyone calls it a rural city because it's surrounded in farmland. It's people just farm here.
Yep.
So even though it's a city of like several 100,000, it's still a rural city. Everyone like, it's not weird to see someone walking around in like bare feet or like stubbies and like work boots, like fucking farmers' clothes, right? So even though this is big, it's still just like, these are my people largely, right? There are like farmers walking around, and like these are all country folk. They just live or are spending time in a city. Yeah.
So the difference is like, whereas in like Woodend, the people are all very familiar with each other. Everyone knows everyone. There is an air that you walk around, everyone is saying hello to each other, everyone is greeting each other. Whereas here, we're starting to get to the point where the population is too big for that sort of like friendly, like neighborly kind of attitude amongst the people who live here. You might know your neighbor, you might know your street, but the likelihood of you knowing everybody in town is pretty slim. And you're definitely getting whilst you still have the like the woodsmen, the hunters, the farmers, there is definitely a like merchant class that is um, appearing now amongst these people who are better dressed, have less calluses. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yoak.
And
Yeah, go on.
can you roll? Uh, Man, sometimes games need more skills. I guess just man, is it investigation? No, just hit me with a perception
Perception. Okay.
or insight, your choice.
Which is higher? Insight is whiz based. Perception is whiz based. Neither of them are trained. I feel like he's probably better at perception just because he spends a lot of time in the woods. At disadvantage, yeah? Or
Yeah,
does I cancel out because you giving me advantage for some reason?
nope.
You sure? No.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah. So I think Yoke probably isn't used to seeing this many merchants, right? Like there is more wealth carried by some of these people than probably the entirety of the holdings of Woodend, Woods End. That like some of these people have done fairly well for themselves, so the commerce here must be fairly good.
Okay. Yoke wants to walk around town and see if he can. Did we say when we'd meet up again? Like how long?
You can just say a time if you'd like.
Okay, cool. It was like a couple hours, I guess. Out, yeah. Yoke wants to see if he can find somewhere he can pawn off these gems,
Okay.
or
Yeah.
if some. Yeah, he doesn't know if he should wait until he gets to a bigger town or not. So he wants to see if he can find anything that deals with gems or the like.
Absolutely, we can do that. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think that takes that long to find the shop. Um, the market here is. I don't think it's maybe big enough for there to be like a place that sells gemstones, right? Um, but you can definitely find like a pawn shop or a general kind of um a place to buy it. And yeah, you can go in and speak to the shop owner inside.
Yeah, Yoke wants to, without showing them that he has gems to sell, he wants to like figure out how much these gems are worth.
Yeah.
Um, so I guess he wants, yeah, he wants to look around first to see if there are any gems.
Roll me a d20.
Okay.
Just a luck check.
Yeah. So that is some. I don't think this is for. This is just a homebrew thing that we like to do because luck checks are fun. So 1 to 9. I think it's 1 to 9.
1 to 10. It's a straight 50
One to
50. So
okay, yeah,
1 to,
50 50.
1 to
1 to
10,
10.
11 to
One,
20.
yeah. So I want to live on a higher here. And that's a 1.
So
No
there
gems.
aren't any, yeah, none on display.
Yeah, Yoke, yeah, walks up to the purveyor of this, the merchant, I guess is the word.
Hmm.
And um you don't happen to work in the gem trade, do you, uh, good sir?
Nod and say, I buy just about anything and buy and sell just about anything that comes through the door here, lad. Why?
How many
Have you come
how many
by some?
gems? How many gems do I have?
You have 5.
Yoke, are they all the same?
Different. Each different.
All of it, so none of them are the same as the other.
Uh, yeah, I mean, sure, one can be the same. Maybe it
Oh,
looks at one
that
that's kind
doesn't.
of broken. Um,
Um, Yoke wants to. Yeah, okay. No, I'm but a poor man. I don't have any gems to sell of myself, though I have a friend I'm going to meet in Erden who says he has quite the collection and is wanting to sell them to be able to support his family more easily. Um, I was wondering how much he might be able to get for those gems.
yeah,
Uh, yeah, and it wants to describe a couple of them. This is
sure,
what he
okay,
told me they look like in letter.
okay. Um, yeah, so he gives you okay, so he says valuing gems, lad, is a more difficult business than just description. If they are flawed or not, it could decrease their value. If they are broken or uncut, it's worth less. Um, but uh, for what you described, a gold piece or two.
Yikes. Okay. Shit. That's not. I'm not sitting on the mother load like I thought I was. He nods and thanks him for his time, and I think just yeah walks around town for a bit. Just taking in seeing this many people at once
Yeah, sure. So
until
I
it's
think,
time to meet up again.
yeah, so I think as you as you are walking around the town, I think a maybe you're kind of waiting by this fountain or standing somewhere, and uh, a, tall um, uh, a taller person in robes approaches you. Um, she is a dragonborn. Um, whether Yoak knows what the fuck that is. Um, she yeah, is wearing kind of a plain like plainish robes, um, and she smiles, um, and says, "I can't help but notice you look a little lost, friend."
I would like to roll deception uh, to hide the fact that I am incredibly startled by what she looks like.
Sure.
11 with this, that's not bad.
Let's
Six.
find out.
I rolled a 6. God damn. That +5 is really putting in its work here.
Yeah, you're rolling pretty well, especially with disadvantage.
It's only those social checks. Oh, I hate the hidden rolls.
She she um she smiles at you. Do you say anything in response to her, like, I couldn't help but notice you look a little lost, friend?
No, not lost. Just waiting, taking in the sights. It's a beautiful town here.
I think as you're kind of like looking out over the lake, um, and she kind of steps up, like just in front of you, like, and looks across the lake, and she nods and says, "It is that my home is just over there." And she kind of like points out across the lake. Um, and you maybe like you're kind of looking at her from behind. She is a dragonborn, fairly tall, green hue to her scales, with this kind of like dull robe, um, shrouded in this kind of dull robe. Um, sh- uh, Let me check. Okay. Um, yeah, yeah. She points out across the river and says, um, my home is just across there." And nods and says, "It is a beautiful town."
Um, does he? Okay. I'm trying to like deal with the fact that there's a dragon in front of me. Um, which for him is wild. Um, can I roll? I don't know, Arcana or I guess Insight to see if I sense anything or see anything magical about her.
You don't have any like spells or anything you could.
No,
Okay. Uh,
then no, I don't. Definitely not.
yeah. I mean, you can roll Arcana, but what would you likely? She's
Yeah,
Dragonborn.
I guess yeah. I want to insight on her general like bearing. And maybe yeah. Okay. So less so to see if I can see anything magical on her or like about her, and more so going back to like stories Yoka's heard throughout his life, and see if I can connect any of the features on her person with those stories, like a sorcerer or whatever that
Oh. Um,
looked like this or wore this or like
yeah. I mean, when we did that for Ymir, we did a history.
A history?
So
Sure. Okay.
if you want to, yeah, chuck me a history, we can see what you've heard about Dragonborn or Dragonborns dressed like this or people dressed like this.
Cool. Disadvantages killing me.
Disadvantage.
5.
Yeah, I don't think I think you've heard of dragons, right? And I think you know the kind of general difference between like a chromatic and a metallic dragons. That chromatic dragons are generally meant to be evil, whereas the metallic dragons are good, um, and they're generally held the colors are held to represent different like alignments, right? Um,
Right.
general,
Okay.
um,
So I would
not
associate
not
her with
along
an
those
evil dragon.
terms, huh?
I would associate her with an evil dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yoke, like, I think his bearing changes. This is probably just that previous, and this is probably connected to his startled reaction before. So this is just the same deception check, I'd say.
Yep.
He is like eyeing her up, and is like, "What are you about? Are you gonna eat me?" Um,
She
he nods, and I, yeah, go on.
after a short while of admiring the lake that stretches out before her, she turns and says, "You've never met one of my kind before, have you? It wouldn't be surprising. There aren't many of us left, and she gestures around to the town. There definitely aren't any others around here."
No, no, not at all. I just haven't seen a green. Your scales are of a color I have not seen before, and I was simply admiring them. That's for sure deception, right?
Yeah, yeah.
10. I'll take a 10. That's I should have slept.
Should have slept. She smiles at you again and says, "Oh, so you've met others of my kind around here? I will say that surprises me."
That's exactly what I was hoping for as well. He does not pick up on the fact that she knows he's bullshitting. Um, he nods his head or shakes his head. No, no, I'm not from this village. I come from further south. Um, Heading up towards Erden. Uh, have met a couple before, though, as you say, very rare.
She nods slowly, as if you have said something wise and profound to agree to. Um, and she kind of looks you up and down, in clothes that look new on you. They look fresh. Um, she actually let's see if she notices.
Come on, Kalia. Come on here.
I'll roll this one publicly.
I think
What
Kalia got a
was
20 on this, didn't she?
Kalia's check? It
You
was a
said
20.
20? Yeah.
It was a 20. She does not notice your dyed hair. And
My bright orange hair.
yeah, she does not notice the fact that it had been dyed. And
Black brown now, yeah.
Yeah, and she says, "Well, it is clear you're not from around here. What brings you to this town?"
This is the big one because I don't know if I can trust this lady or not. Um, oh, I'm traveling north to Erden to visit some family.
She she nods. She says, "It is a interesting part of the world. I wish you luck on your travels." And she
I
smiles.
did not get your name. I am Coulter. It's a pleasure to meet you.
She smiles and says, "I'm Yeskar." If you meet my kin again on your travels, tell them, and she says, "Tell them I say hello, and that they should visit from time to time." And she turns and starts to walk away.
He does not pick up on that at all. God damn it! I wanted to talk to the. I saw her name when you. Yeska the Wise. I can trust a person called the Wise. God damn it! No, why did it have to be a 5?
And you watch her as she walks and she heads north to the edge of town. And can I get a perception check?
Sure. With advantage, right?
No.
No. Huh. 5.
And as she reaches the edge of town, she vanishes. You lose track of her.
Sorry. Okay, I lose track of her. She doesn't vanish. So I know that that perception check was to see if I saw her do the magic.
Was
Yoke
it?
doesn't see her do the magic.
Well,
Yoke just sees that he can't.
she, yeah,
Fucking
she's
yes, I
she's
know.
gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, she walks to the edge of town, and then Yoke doesn't see her anymore. She
How
blinks
much
for a
time do I
second.
have until
She blinks for a second, and then she's gone.
Damn it! You've given me so many opportunities as well. Ah, damn Yoke and his rolls. Um, how much time do I think I have until Kalia gets here?
I think there's probably another hour or so before you need to meet.
Yoke has no intention of following that dragonborn because she wants to eat him because she's a green dragon and green dragons are evil. Um, he wants to figure out. He is very curious. Like the orc was one thing, but he just saw a dragon in the shape of the person, and that has blown his mind. He wants to find out more about her from like the people in town.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I'm thinking of where he would go for that. Yeah, okay. I think he goes to the tavern because he knows what a tavern is from stories, and adventurers go to taverns to talk to innkeeps to get secret information.
Okay. Oh
And
yeah.
innkeeps love that.
Yep. Fuck yeah. Love it.
So he goes to a tavern.
All right.
And yeah, wants to
So
walk up to the barkeep.
you walk up to a tavern in this city, this town. I think it's called the Market's Rest. Um, and you enter, and this place is much bigger than the bucket before it. You the table, even midday or whatever, just before midday, the tables are 75% full. There is the noise of chatter and people making merry, and you approach the barkeep.
Heal, good host. I was wondering if you could help me with my search for some information. Uh, I don't
Uh,
do I don't think I know what a dragon. I don't know what a dragonborn is called. I don't have that word.
you did not roll well on that.
No. I was approached by a person. I'm just gonna say the American accent is because he's putting on an accent. Because I can't get rid of it. I was approached by someone called Yaskir. I was wondering if you knew anything about them. They seemed a strange sort for these parts.
The the I think you walk up to one of the bar staff, the wait staff, and I think a younger guy kind of looks at you and says, "Yes, yes, I a name I've heard for sure, but it just eludes me."
Uh, Yoak flashes back to when he was a little kid and his mum was telling, or his grandma was telling him stories of of give me a second. His grandma was telling him stories of the brave Yogbald, like one of Yoke's great ancestors, and how he had to go into many taverns and ply the innkeeps with gold coins to get information out of them. And Yoke nods at this person and from his pouch pulls out a single gold coin and slides it over and gives the man a knowing look.
Yeah, you just paid him like 2 weeks' wage. He like
Yoke doesn't understand how much a
quickly
gold is.
quickly snatches the coin from the bar top in front of him and says, "Did she ask you to come by chance?"
He nods, aye. And I've heard through my travels from down south, I've heard of her folk being potentially dangerous. And I was not sure if I should be alarmed or not.
The the young uh, he waits and he says, "Wait here a moment," and he steps back into the back rooms behind the bar.
Ah, yeah, Yoke waits.
Maybe a couple minutes later, he walks out and he hands you a blank piece of paper. He says, "This will be for you then."
He looks at the guy like clearly he doesn't understand what is going on. He looks at the guy, then down at the blank piece of paper, back at the guy, back at the paper, back at the guy, and like cocks his head.
The Can you roll me insight?
Yeah, I guess.
This like in all the stories, they the hero goes to the industrious barkeep and says something suave and slides them a gold coin across the countertop, and uh, secrets are told, prophecies spoken, um, you know, sage wisdom from a centuries old like innkeeper exposes the cracks the case wide open. Um, he has
And he's
handed
just
you a
handing
blank
me a
piece of
piece
paper.
of fucking yeah, yeah. While I appreciate the gift of paper, good host, this is not exactly what I had in mind.
He uh, he looks you up and down and says, Yaskar sent you here. Yes?
He puts the piece of paper in his pocket so it can't be taken away from him. um, and then nods. Of course. Though I was wondering if you could tell me more about them yourself before I continued with what Yaskar told me to do.
He nods. I'm not gonna make a roll. You just gave this guy like 2 weeks worth of salary.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank you for
he
treating a single gold as what it's actually worth.
the, the the like serving boy in a tavern. Yeah, um, paid a pittance. Um, they they look at you and say, Yeska comes by every now and then, passes through the town more often not, on the way north to, well, there are rumors, of course. Um, and he looks. Can you roll me insight again, please?
Do I have to?
You don't have to. I can just keep talking.
No, because it's
Uh,
just a numbers game. If I roll enough, I'm
yeah.
gonna get a good number eventually.
I don't know. It's insight, so probably not.
It's just, I've got a +1 to it. It's not that bad.
He he thinks that you are someone to do with Yaskar, and he is hesitant to speak
Yeah.
like the bad rumors. So he says, she travels through the town to the woods to the north once every 3, 4 months.
Yoak nods, and then clearly this guy thinks he's more important than he is. Yoke is more important than Yoke is. Yoke like looks around
You just
conspiratorially.
you just like it was nothing, slid a gold across the counter. Yeah, he's in.
Yeah, yeah. Yoke like looks around conspiratorially, and then like hunches his body over, moves his head in, and like in a really hushed tone, really trying to sell the fact that he doesn't want other people to overhear this. Between me and you, good host, I'm sure there are other rumors about good Yaskir. Yes, is it Yaskar or Yaskir?
Yaskar.
About good Yaskar. Clearly, you are a man who knows what's what and is in tune with the happenings in this town. I have, as you are adeptly aware of, important business with the Green One. It would be greatly appreciated if I would not go into a situation where I could have avoided something. And he looks around again and then winks.
He like does the kind of like look around conspiratorially and like leans in towards you and says Well, I heard it from me brother's mate, but they say that Yaskar heads into the forest to, well, uh, demonic sacrifice.
He nods like, this is what I was expecting you to say. Like a grave look on his face. Good host. Good host, I would ask why you have been involved with Yaskar. Uh,
He,
why does Yaskar trust you so with these papers?
he shakes his head. He says, "Not, not me. Tavern. Every tavern along this road. Told if uh, that someone sent by Yaskar comes to, like, gestures in your pocket where you put the note, to give them one of those. They look blank to me, but no, I'm not." And he, like, waves his hand
Yoak taps the
like.
side of his chest. Like, I know what you're talking about. I get it. We're on the same wavelength here, bro. We're road dogs. He nods. Um, obviously, good host. I was never here, and we never spoke to each other. You never handed out a piece of paper this day. And then I think someone else like walks over this way to get a couple. Just walks over
Yeah.
this way and just heavily playing into the fact Yoke stands back and like says in a like a louder conversational voice. Well, I thank you very much for the information about the cleanest drinking source in town. Good host. I will pay you adieu and see myself on my way. And walks out of the tavern.
Can you roll me a persuade with advantage?
So just normal, yeah. 21.
Okay.
Yeah, and when he leaves, I want to look at this piece of paper more intently. I want
Sure.
to study this thing.
Um,
See if I can like clearly it's magical. That guy just essentially even if it's not, Yoke thinks this is a magical piece of paper.
okay. Yeah.
Or there's something magical about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's a blank piece of paper. And I think we probably like we the cameras on Yoke, like looking at this piece of paper, and I'm gonna make a couple rolls, and we shall see how this goes.
Is this for Kalia?
It is, yeah. I'm not gonna tell you what's happening, but you will see what she's rolling, which might give you some idea.
Okay. Okay. 16 ain't bad. 21? Ooh.
All right. So she arrives, and
Sleight of hand?
she arrives and passes you back your coin in full.
All of them?
In full. Yep.
I could look at her and like cock my head. Were you unable to get the things you wanted to get?
She like you look at her, and when she left, she was wearing kind of the traveling clothes, with her kind of nicer boots. Now she has like a like bandolier of pouches, like across her chest, and a belt with a couple pouches on it. And she says, "No, I managed to get everything. The people I know here were kind." She smiles at you.
Can I please insight that?
You can do whatever you like.
Kind my ass. 10.
Let's see.
My non-disadvantage roll was a 19, by the way. 21.
Far as you know, she's telling the truth. You don't see anything off with what she said. I mean, she didn't mention she had friends in this town, but like, she could have. She said she knew the roads.
He nods. Well, I'm glad then. Um, I'm glad you met some friends.
She nods and smiles and says, "I think maybe it's time we moved on."
I met a dragon.
Her eyes go wide.
He nods. I know.
She like looks at you. She's like, "What? Where?"
She came up and spoke to me. Like a person. Like, looked like a person, but covered in green scales. And wanted me to come visit her house. And then I went to the tavern and went to ask about her. And the keeper, the host there, gave me this. And he pulls out a bit of paper, the piece of paper.
He
I
bends it
think it's
over.
magical.
He gave you a blank piece of paper. And at
He
that moment,
nods.
you hear shouts from inside the town. Kalia like looks like shit. I forgot because I just got distracted by fucking dragon talk. She turns to you and goes, "We should go now."
He nods and turns, like, throws his hood up and like gets her to throw her hood up and like disappear into the crowd. I think he wants to go towards the direction of the dragon.
Okay, like where she like turned a corner, got into the
And
tree line or
vanished.
something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then once we get there, he wants to be very stealthy and try to find. Yeah, he just does not
All right.
want to be seen by these people or the dragon.
Yeah. Let's roll stealth. Talia will provide the help action.
Okay. 5. I will use lucky on that.
Okay. Okay.
Fucking fantastic.
Um. So you leave the town. You, like both you and Clea like flick your hoods up, and you leave the town. Um. Give me a second. Uh, okay. So you head out of town. The kind of shouting comes from behind you. Um, you you hide. You get into the kind of cover. You don't think that uh, like they don't know who they're looking for, right? You see them kind of walking around and like checking people. They maybe grab someone and like check a bag that they have, and then like push them aside. They clearly don't know who they're looking for. They just know what they're looking for. Um, so you get into the woods. They don't follow you. They're not looking for you. Um, from uh, behind you, from complete thin air, a voice says, "Are they looking for you?" Kalia starts, draws her dagger, and turns around to see there's nothing there.
It's this. It's Yeskar's voice, right?
It is, yeah.
I want to cast message, and the target is Yeska.
You don't have to be able to see her.
No, can cast a spell through. You, I know you don't need. You don't need to be able to see them. A target within range.
You point your finger. Well, you have to point your finger towards a creature, so you need to know where
I
they
need to
are.
know where she. Yeah, okay. I don't know where she. Yeah, okay. Yoak pulls his dagger out as well. I think Ymir's sword is strapped up against his back, in the backpack, probably under the cloak now, so it's not super obvious. And it's not in not so he can just take it whenever he wants. He can't use it anyway. Yeah, he pulls his dagger and he wants to scan and see if he can see her. I guess he wants to investigate. If I don't know, he just wants to see if he can see her. See, I know that illusion magic is dispelled with investigation. Yoak doesn't know that. He just wants to see if he can try and find her. See the source of that voice.
Yeah. Roll for me.
Perception or investigation?
I think perception, to be able to figure out where the voices come from.
Disadvantage or advantage or normal because of help from.
Yeah, Kalia will give you the help.
Kalia's trying to find her as well. 17.
Yeah, she. Standing before you, I think you were maybe looking off to the right slightly, but you were pretty close. A robed green dragon born appears before you, just apparating into um back into reality. She says, "I wasn't sure if you'd follow."
Do you plan to eat us or sacrifice us? Do you plan to eat us or sacrifice us, dragon?
She laughs at you, but you don't get a response past that.
I want to. I want to insight that, please.
Yeah.
I rolled a 5.
God, man, she could be wanting to eat you or sacrifice you to demons. Whatever it is, you think it's pretty funny.
Were you cursed? Why do you look like that? I thought dragons were big, size of a mountain, breathed fire.
I thought you had met my kind before.
I have. They were big, size of a mountain, breathed fire.
She she turns away from you into the woods as a whole, and a from her a fire comes out, hits a point a little bit away, and explodes. And she turns to face you again and says, "Fire, like that."
I, I think as she does that, he like steps forward and like in front of Kalia. Like just very instinctively. Not able to yeah, not nothing he can hide there. And tightens his grip on his dagger. Yeah, yes, like that. What do you want, dragon?
Um, okay, let's check. Let's check something.
I swear, I've got the neediest cat ever. He's like 17. He's an old mother. He's an old boy, but he'll just sit there like down on the floor and just meow at me, and I don't know what that means. So I go to try to put him outside because maybe he wants to go, go outside. He doesn't. He just wants to be pick up and pet. He's so needy.
Yeah. Let me have a.
He's a very old kitty cat. He's not, but he's still so small.
Okay.
What are you looking
She
for? Can I help?
can't do that. That's
Oh.
sad.
I don't like that.
Um, can she do this? Uh, I think she can. She absolutely can. Okay, so uh, she. Can you roll me? I'll explain what you see, and then you can roll afterwards. She, like her form begins to shift and change, um, and until before you stands a dragon, a green dragon, um, and it like roars, um, like shoots this like poisonous 30-foot cone into the air, and then she like goes to fly away.
Um, you wanted me to roll something?
You can roll me a perception or arcana if you'd like.
I will roll Arcana because that is a higher number. I assume disadvantage. Yeah, disadvantage. 13. I'll take a 13.
Um, she has
Doesn't mean
turned
to
into a
say.
dragon and flew away. Maybe she was one all along, and you were right. She was taking the form of a human.
Yoak summons a ball of like energy in his hand. The the wisdom saving throw was higher than a 10 was to play it cool, lower than a 10 was to freak the fuck out.
Mm.
He summons a ball of like purple fey energy in his hand that crackles like fire, and still standing in front of Kalia, wants to hurl it at the dragon, and shout at Kalia to get back and take cover.
Nick, roll to hit.
Okay, this is Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Is this disadvantage?
At the first level of
It's
exhaustion, I
not. No,
don't
it's
think so.
just ability checks.
Just
Yeah,
abilities. Yeah.
a 9.
The beam of like fey energy like shoots past the dragon and uh the dragon is now 80 feet in the air and above the line of the trees. It flies away.
It just flies away.
Yep.
He turns to look at Kalia. What is she? How is she feeling?
Let's see. Not good. Like terrified.
About the same.
Really like terrified. I think like she's grasping the dagger. She hasn't even drawn the short sword, and it's just like shaking.
Yeah, he like grabs her like forearms and like just wants to steady her, like like looks her in the eyes and is like, "It's okay, it's gone. We're fine. We're okay now."
Okay, sweet. Yeah, the
Um,
dragon does not return.
that's the what? I hate mechanically knowing what just happened. This is an issue when you like have knowledge about a system. You know what's going on, and you know how to like. God damn it. Um, what way did the dragon fly? Towards where the house is, or
uh,
in a different direction?
East, I think.
And the house is
Uh, the map is oriented in cardinal directions.
sure, but
Actually, no. She
where's
went west. She went west. She would have gone west.
what direction was Yaskar's house? Because she told me where the house was.
She told you she lived in like across the water, which is where she's flying.
He looks at after he's calmed Kalia down, like he gets the biggest shit-eating grin on his face. Would it be weird of me to say that I wanted to go to the dragon's house and talk to it again?
She looks at you with like um she looks at you and she says, like, she takes a deep breath, she kind of collects herself, she says, dragons have horns, right? Piles of gold.
Yeah, he nods.
She
They're
nods.
they're,
We could
they're
be
also
rich.
magical. You want to fight a dragon?
I want to steal from a dragon.
He processes that. He didn't want to steal. He wanted to go talk to the dragon. That sounds like a really bad idea. I don't think it's much better than mine. So, I'm gonna go talk to the dragon, and I guess you're going to go steal from a dragon.
Nods. And
He nods, and I guess we go that way.
okay, so um, there is a lake, right? So you can kind of see on the edge of where you can see in the map, um, that like that bit to your like left, that's lake, which he was like pointing across. I don't think you can see the other side of the lake from where you are. You can't see a house. You can't see her castle or keep or whatever wherever she lives. I think if you you'd have to probably inquire as to if there's anyone here that could get you around. Um, yeah, you'd have to find your way across this body of water.
In town, did you see anyone that dealt with boats? Or did I see anyone that looked like they dealt with boats?
And no, and Kalia
Huh?
affirms. She said, no, there wasn't like a, a dock or anything here. The kind of market fronted the straight onto the water.
Do you think there'd be boats in Riverton? Or Rivac? Riverac? Riverac?
She
Rivac?
nods, but she says, Riverack is across the water.
Oh. Didn't you say there was a bridge?
She nods. There is. It is on either side. The town, split by the bridge.
Did she go in the direction of Riverac, the dragon? Was that west?
As far as you know.
Yeah, I guess we just go that way then.
So,
Like down
yeah,
the road.
okay. Yeah.
Until we find
Yeah.
a bridge.
Sure. So do you go back into the town? Or do
Hell
you...
no.
Okay.
No way. We
you skirt around the
around.
town.
And then, like, when we eventually get to Riverac, we do the same thing where we make it look like we were coming from the south.
Sure. So I think you get like you leave the town. You're maybe walking for an hour or two. When before you again you see like the rising of chimney smoke. Another small town along the edge of this bay. Like
Yeah, do the same thing and come in from the south if we can.
can you roll me perception as you get closer? Kalia will help.
6.
Yeah, you scout around the town and enter again from the south. Um, this is similar to where you were just left, but it's definitely more like the only way I can think to describe it is between like an industrial type complex in modern day and a shopping center, right? This is the place that there's like warehouses and store yards and like the goods they're selling up the road probably come from here. It's a fairly safe bet. And I think even as you kind of traveled the couple hours it took you to get here, you did see wagons kind of coming up the road. Loaded wagons on the way there, empty wagons on the way back. It's a fairly safe assumption to think that anything that is in this town, in the town that they're selling, came from here. I think Kalia probably says if they're in, like if there are goods coming here, they probably have boats.
Yeah, we go look for the boats.
Yeah, sick. Doesn't take you long to find it. You kind of head through these areas of kind of storerooms and store yards and warehouses, and I think you come straight across a shipyard. There's like a boat that's been like hauled out of the water. I think maybe that's actually the scene we kind of cut to is as kind of darkness falls, you see like a bunch of people with rope, like hauling this like keel, the whole hull of a transport ship up onto like dry dock to kind of work on it. What do you do?
How big is it? Like a big train, like the modern or the medieval version of like a cargo freighter, right?
No, I'd say it's smaller. It's probably uh, less like a big like multi shipping container cargo freight ship and like a one or two shipping container. Um, it's more suited for local kind of transport than um, for major over the seas voyages.
Okay. So River Wreck is 29, right? The circle with 29, that's River Wreck, correct? Or what I think, that's what Yoke thinks.
If that's what
From
Yoke
what
thinks.
Kalia has was I he would have
Yoke has not inquired about place names either here or in the last town he was in.
he would have asked Kalia where River Wreck is though.
She doesn't know.
She does, she has no idea. Okay.
She went there once as a kid. She
Okay.
knows it's on the lake.
How common are maps?
Expensive but common. You could definitely get one made here. Whether you have the
If
coin to pay for good ones.
if I just wanted to look at a map.
Uh, you could ask. There's a lot of, there are like shipping merchants here that have at least a map of the like this inland kind of lake.
Yeah, okay. I guess we go up to the like I want to find like a captain or something. Someone who looks like they know they're yeah.
You see,
I guess
I think
that
there's
yeah,
someone. He's standing there, like hands on hips, watching as this ship is being pulled up onto kind of dry dock. He absolutely has like the really like stereotypical like Captain Jack Sparrow hat, right?
tricorn hat. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
wearing like the
Yoke
brocade jacket, like.
totally love it. Yoke walks up to him and says, "I don't think he knows what a captain is." No, that's from stories. Um, uh, excuse me, good captain. I would I be able to borrow a moment of your time?
He looks at you, looks down. He says, "Aye, lad, you don't happen to be looking for a passage aboard ship for work? I've been needing a new cabin boy."
Ooh, I had been hoping to go to Riverack West. Just again to confirm, the dragon flew west towards where I think Riverack is. Yeah, okay. West towards Riverack.
He nods. He says, "Aye, is a passage many travel in these parts, but most of the vessels leaving here contain cargo. They're not so much for people. But many a captain would take you if you paid your way."
When do you set out next? We were hoping to get there sooner rather than later.
He looks at his vessel as it's dragged up onto the dry dock. He says, "Aye, me old lass took a blow in the last voyage out. Hit some uh, unmarked ruin, damaged our keel. We'll be in dry dock for weeks yet. But there are other captains if you're not looking for work. If you're looking for work, you can wait, I'd pay you."
Oh, I appreciate the offer. It's most kind. though I am in much of a hurry. I thank you for your time. Oh, I would ask, how many days walk would it be to Riverac from here?
Day's walk. You'd be talking month, maybe two. Ain't no straight path from here to Riverac. Ship's your best bet.
I heard some. I'm gonna take the because I can see 29, so I'm gonna take that as Yoke has heard like speak of a town that way or like south.
That'd be where you are now. Is
Oh,
29.
29 is where we are. Oh, okay.
30,
Okay,
30
I
is
didn't realize
where
that.
the market down, and 29 is where you are.
I don't think I got the name of this place, or I have a name. I think that's a regional thing. Where are we? How would you call this place?
Nods and smiles, and he says, "This port be Divaniel."
Devan. How do I spell that?
D I
Just to add it
V
to.
A N
Yep.
Y E L.
Okay, cool. I named
He
that last place wrong. I thought that was
he
Riverac.
he looks as if this is a question he gets asked. Like that, he understands that uh, people who come with looks on their faces like yours and ask questions about ships and often don't know the names of these places.
I heard talk as I was coming in from south. I heard talk of a town further up, uh, more of a market town than here. You wouldn't happen to know that one, would you? Last one, I promise, and I'll stop bothering you.
Yeah. He smiles at you again as if like, yeah. He says, aye, that be Tannin Point, place where most of these goods are going. And he gestures at like another wagon that's being loaded, and like gets ready to like move.
Yeah, Yoke nods and thanks him for his time. And yeah, I think I want to see if I can find someone else.
Oh. Yeah, so like it's not going to be
Like
hard.
someone who
Yeah,
is leaving. Yeah, okay.
it's not going to be hard to find someone to take you. Yeah, it's a fairly well traveled route. It's between one of the major ports along this coastline and like the major town, village, city, on this kind of river, lake, inland sea type area. The question is going to be one of price. These are not like transport vessels. They are not kitted out to transport people. Um, so let's have a look. Here we go. Did you end up setting this to be like of scale?
Each square should be 25 miles.
Okay, cool.
24 miles, sorry. That's a day's travel. That's a like regular day's travel on
Sure.
foot.
Okay. So by like standard rate, it'll be about a 10 gold trip.
I want to see if I can like work my passage across. Like I'm a
Okay.
strong boy. I grew up on a farm. Like I'm not like
let's
I'm not a regular caster. Like I can work.
let's
I've
play
been
this
working my
out.
whole life.
So you
Okay.
you approach a captain, overseeing the loading of like cargo onto this vessel, um, and you ask for passage. How does the conversation about because he's just going to say 10 gold for the two of you. That'll get you there.
I don't think we have 10 gold. Um,
How much gold do you have?
I have 8 gold.
Between you, you have 10 gold.
Okay. Still, if I can work, that's easier. Um,
It will basically leave you penniless, but you have 10 gold.
okay. He nods. I'm a strong lad, Captain. I've been working my whole life. Would it be possible for me to pay for my voyage through? Oh, I won't lie. I've not spent time on a ship before, but I'm a quick study and I can do most menial labor.
Yeah. Can you roll me persuasion with disadvantage? You already have disadvantage, so it's just disadvantage.
I lost Yoak.
I lost Yoak. It's
I
impressive.
lost Yoak. Yeah. I need to open up a new. Persuasion with disadvantage.
Yeah.
So just a disadvantage.
Yeah.
23. Damn. A 19 and an 18.
Who else? He says, lad, you won't be much help aboard ship without experience or knowledge of what you're doing. But I could make use of you unloading the cargo at the other end and loading now. I can't offer you free passage, but I could take the combined cost down to 7 gold.
What if I cook for you and your crew as well on the voyage? I may not look like it, but I am fairly good when it comes to making things taste absolutely fantastic.
He says, if you help the ship's cook, 5 gold now, and depending on the quality of the food, if it's good, we'll leave it at 5.
Yoke nods, spits in his hand, and sticks it out to shake with the captain.
He shakes your hand.
Does he spit in his own hand?
No.
No. Gross. Why is that a thing people do? That's disgusting. That's foul.
He's like, he's like these fucking country hicks. Like, ugh. You turn around to walk on the ship and he like pulls out a handkerchief.
Oh god, there's a moth. I need to close my door again.
Oh yeah,
Like they're
I
so
saw that on
big here as
camera.
well. Yeah, they're fucking massive. I just don't like getting hit in the face with them because then you get your dust all over you. Yeah, Yoke will help unload things, and yeah.
Yeah, so under the direction, because loading and unloading a ship is not as simple as it seems. Things need to be balanced in the right way and stowed correctly. Like it still is a skill that requires, like it's still a skill, right?
Yeah.
But they use you as manual labor under the direction of some experienced deckhands. They're like, okay, pick this up, move that here, pick that up, move that here. Can you give me an athletics check?
Sure. That's disadvantage, isn't it?
Sure
So,
is.
okay, I'm gonna take a minute to grandstand here. About mechanics of 5e D&D. Level 1 exhaustion should be disadvantage on like mental ability checks, not physical ones. Because your speed is halved at second level exhaustion. Second level exhaustion should be speed is halved, and then physical ones you also get disadvantage on. Because your mental faculties are the first to go when you're sleep deprived. You can still be physical. That's silly. That's bad. I will now roll with disadvantage. A 12. Holy shit. Dude, my disadvantage rolls haven't been bad.
Yeah, it's a shame you can't roll insight.
Ow, I just fucking punched myself on the face trying to get that moth.
Yeah, so you help them to know the other side. And now for the important check.
Yeah, so Yoak, Yoak is the youngest of his siblings. He's the seventh son, and I think there's a bunch of daughters as well. So he's like well down the line. I think he's for sure helped his mum cook food, and he's worked in the fields with his dad. So I think he has experience cooking, just in general, either for helping his family or just for himself when he was out in the woods. I
Can
also,
I get
depending on the role, am going to use prestidigitation to make the food taste fucking fantastic.
can I get a chef's tools with either dex or wits?
I don't have chef tools.
Cool. So just d20 plus dex or wits.
I think that's just a dexterity saving. No, this is an ability check, right?
It is an ability check.
So it's disadvantage.
It is.
So ability check, disadvantage, 15.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I also want to use prestidigitation. One of the things about that is making food taste sublime.
It's a good enough roll. So you just pay the 5 gold, and that's it. Kalia gives you 2 gold pieces.
I ask her how much she has.
She so she says after these 2, 2 gold.
I shake my head and say I've got enough.
She doesn't take it back.
I don't take it from her.
You're muted for me.
Oh, I just say I've got 8 gold. It's fine. I
Roll me
can
perception.
handle this. Perception or insight?
Perception.
13.
You notice the 2 coins she slips into your pocket.
I don't think I say anything. I will for sure be doing that to her later, though. So what? 5? Oh, which is -3, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to at some point later attempt to sneak those 2 gold back into her pocket.
There'll be a night here. You set off in the evening, and you'll arrive by midday, the next day. So, you get your long rest in. So hit dice, spell slots, exhaustion, and the next morning, you see before you as the as the ship enters into the man, I wish I could move this without having to see the site. Is there a way of doing that? Can I turn off?
I guess you want to move Yoak, right?
Yeah.
So just move him like square by square, like on the route that the boat took.
Okay.
So I guess he went there.
How do I do it without snapping?
Shift.
Shit,
So you pick it up first, then hold shift.
Okay. And as the ship rounds the bend in this kind of like joining section of this river, the walls on either side grow. They steepen into cliff sides, and above you, you see this like giant spanning bridge across the chasm. Um, you can see on either side of this cliff face, you can kind of see the edges of the town on both sides, on either side of this bridge. And like on the level of the like waterline, there is a like small dock kind of carved into the rock beneath this city. And the ship arrives at port, um, and you help them unload. The captain thanks you for your like service cooking, and he asks if you would like to stay aboard as a kitchen hand. He's willing to pay you.
Um, I thank him for the offer, but decline. And I say I'll seek you out again if I ever am in need of transport across the waves.
He nods, and you disembark. Um, it's a fairly lengthy climb in this like switchback staircase that's carved into the rock face of this cliff above this port. Um, but eventually, it leads you to Riverack, to the bridge city.
Okay. Um. Um. Oh, I see. So the city's on two sides. It's one city. I see.
Split by
Okay.
this. Like the bridge is massive, and it's a engineering miracle of this age, and easily like we have wonders of the world and stuff. This is easily one of them, and the you are on the southern side of this city. Um, can you roll me a perception check?
Sure. For some reason, all the map pins or like the two new map pins disappeared. I don't know what happened with those. I couldn't get them back either.
I still see.
Oh, really? They aren't showing up for me or for stream.
I still see Cannon Point in Devaniel.
Uh, do you see two of them?
I see two Devaniels, yeah.
Can you delete one of them?
Yeah, I can.
I straight up can't see them.
Yeah, no, I still see them.
I see them on GM screen on my GM account as well. That's weird.
So
Weird, I don't know.
you notice something immediately. This entire city is definitely higher end than like where you have come from. Where previously it was kind of wooden buildings, thatched roofs, mud brick. These are, for the most part, made of stone. A stone building, um, definitely of a better construction than you've seen previously. Um, However, on the outskirts of specifically this side of the city, there is like cruder tenements that have been built. Um, it looks like it's more recent sprawl. That this city was built. All of this stonework, all of these stone buildings, were mostly built around the same time, and this has come later. Um, it still is probably like better conditioned building than like where Yoak is from. Um, but there is like a clear like division between the really well built stone of most of this city and then this kind of new sprawling development on the south side. And
And we're on the fancy side, right?
you're on the south side, so you're on the poorer side. And I think on the north side, you see three spires. You're muted.
Thank you. I think he notices the spires and then keep like hurriedly taps Kalia's back and like points at them. Wizard towers.
He nods.
Um,
She says, "Do you think one of them's the dragon?"
what were her exact words? She said that I thought she lived in that town. I didn't realize she lived in Riverack. She did not say she lived in Riverack. Oh no, she
She
did.
she stood at the edge of the lake, pointed across it, and said,
I
"My
live that.
home is
I've
across
just
the water."
completely misunderstood all of that. I've been so lost for so long. Um, okay. Yeah, he nods. He nods. I think maybe let's go. Let's see if we can get there.
Absolutely. You head north.
My hair is
Um,
still dyed, right?
yeah, yeah, I'd say so. You head north, um, and uh, before you is the bridge. This towering edifice of stone. Um, it looks like physically impossible. This weight of stone should not be supporting itself. Um, it's arched in construction and spans a gap that is way too wide for what should be probable. Um, and you step onto it. There is notably, I think, more foot traffic the way you're heading, in the direction you're heading than the opposite. And uh, when you get about a third, a quarter of, probably a third of the way across, you encounter a queue, a lineup of people.
Yeah, I guess we get into the queue. I turn to Kalia. I know you were a small child when you came here last, but you don't remember anything about this, do you? Haven't heard anything?
Shakes her head. No, no, I just remembered the bridge. It's She kind of looks
No.
around. It's just as impressive as I remember.
He just nods because there's no like, yeah, it does. That is a correct stage. That's factual. Um,
So you're looking at this kind of before you. Um, Man, you probably stand here for 10, 15 minutes. If there's like 5 or 6 hours of queue ahead of you, if it keeps moving at this rate.
I give Kalia the side eye. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
She looks around. I says, from every experience I've had of you so far, Yoak, I doubt it.
He takes that and like thinks about that for a second. Am I the weird one? No, everyone else are weird. Um,
Absolutely. Can't think of any other reason.
I I don't really feel like waiting in line. Do you think we could perhaps sneak through?
She says, "Do you have anything you can do?"
Do I? Um, unless you want me to change shape again, make myself look like someone I'm not. I don't think anything I can do is going to be too helpful here.
As I might be able to get us past.
We could try the guard thing again, where I make myself look like one of the guards, but that we got very lucky last time.
She
Well,
is waiting for your plan.
let's try your thing first. If it fails, well, it won't fail.
Okay.
I'm just trying to read the shit off your PHP. It's
Helpful?
just white. No, not at all. Maybe I can judge the thickness of page and go to that. Try to find that page on my own. Yeah, again, not helpful. That could be like 30 pages.
Okay. Let's uh let's see if she can get it through. Um
I will give her
she
advantage. I will help her however I can.
yeah. So she's just gonna try and straight brute force stealth this. Um we will roll and then we will narrate what happens. So you're giving her advantage?
Oh, for sure.
Right.
Oh, what was that?
So
I don't
uh
know what that was.
you know what, let's do this. Um, you, I think what happens is you, like together, and you kind of saunter your way up to the front of this line, um, and there is, like in front of you, and there is like a wagon that's about to be let through or something like that, um, and Kalia waits, um, and just as like they finish the inspection, um, and then as they finish it, she like grabs you, and you both dart in and like tuck into this wagon.
Awesome.
Um, the the wagon starts to roll. It moves forward, um, and maybe you hear kind of the guards on the side. You hear some muttering, but you can't really make out the words over the kind of thud of the kind of stuff around you and the wheels. And then all of a sudden, you as clear as day, you hear the word stop. The wagon shudders to a halt, um, and a like the kind of flap in front of you gets pulled up, um, and a guard is looking you straight in the eyes. You
Okay. Several things I want to try. Um, I don't think any of my spells are going to be useful. Yoak, very cute cat. Yoak, like when the guard looks at him in the eyes, Yoak puts his hand up to his nose and like, shh, they can't know we're here. I have to get back to the towers before they know I left. Please. They'll be so angry. Have I seen anyone casting magic in this area? But I want to see if he wants to say something else. Have I seen any magic in this area? Like anyone casting magic? Anyone being like frivolous with magic? He just magic isn't a thing where he comes from. Not really. Like besides fey magic, and that's some bullshit. That's just normal now, isn't it? Okay.
You haven't.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just roll persuasion then.
Roll me a persuasion.
Can I get advantage?
Sure. Kalia will help.
I was gonna say because it's a magical town and I'm talking about going back to the magical towers, but maybe that's not. Yeah, okay. That is okay. That is a 3, and then with advantage in that 20.
Yeah, that was an important roll. So I think what happens is the guard like he pulls open the flap and he looks you dead in the eyes and you say that and he is about to not believe a word that you have said, right? You see him like about to call out, and then he catches like Kalia move from behind, and she just gives him this like look of like, please. And he nods and lets go of the leather, the hide kind of flap on this cart. And you hear like a couple of steps, you hear like a muted conversation, and you hear the like go on command, and the cart starts rolling again. That's a very important nat 20.
Yeah.
That's very important nat 20.
Well, we were gonna go to prison.
We would have seen how the rest of the encounter would have gone.
Yeah.
But we don't have to worry about it now because important nat 20s.
Bless Kalia. Thanks for giving me a companion. I would have been fucked, just screwed so many times.
Yeah, you probably should be dead, to be honest.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, for sure.
All right. You have made it into Riverack North, and before you all of the makeshift more thrown together buildings are gone here. This side of the river is all this like pure stonework buildings and facades. I think the people you see walking by are dressed like very wealthily. You see like Kalia's eyes are like she looks like a kid in a toy store. And she is very excited to see the amount of wealth that is clearly on display around her. What do you do?
Oh, I want to head towards those big fuck off wizard towers.
Yeah, sweet.
Yoak, the one thing he knows about wizards is that they live in this tallest tower in the area. And those are the tallest towers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he heads to
certainly
the
are.
tallest towers because those are the wizard towers.
Hell yeah. Okay. Let's have a look, shall we? Does this work the way I want it to?
I think I'm gonna have to figure out a different way to capture the gameplay because it is for whatever reason. I think Foundry has too many resources. Like it is so laggy. Like it's
Okay.
fine because it's a static image, but it's
Yeah,
just very like choppy.
would be kind of bad if we were in a battle map.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. It's also like it's hard to move around. Like I right click and drag, and then five
yeah,
seconds later I move.
yeah, that's fair. Can yeah, okay, sweet. Um, okay. Yeah, so you like make your way through this town and through this kind of village and or through this town and you make it into like you kind of making your way through these buildings until you exit into a large open courtyard. Um, this place is paved all the way. There is a like uh, really like fancy, impressive like water feature in the middle, and I think surrounding this water feature, there are uh, like statues and like art and all sorts like kind of floating around this water feature. Um, there is like light coming from some of it. This is by far the most overt display of magic power that Yoak has ever seen. Um, it's just straight here. There are people walking through this plaza. Um, they aren't even paying it any mind. Um, they don't even seem to look. Whereas Kalia, having entered this plaza, is like staring at it again. Like, holy shit.
I know her and Yoke both. is is this the capital? We made it to the capital.
You get a like, huh, from like a passerby as he like walks by and hears the comment. Um, what do you do?
I want to go and inspect this fucking magical fountain.
Sweet. What like what are you doing? What do you do as you
I'm trying to think of how Yoke thinks about magic. Um, because he's not a wizard. He'll like he's not a wizard. That's his magic comes from himself, like his body, and then like his deal with the Fae.
Yep.
Um, so I think he just wants to go up to it and like see if he can feel the magic. Like the way he can feel it within himself, the way he felt it within Colzabad Forest, the way he felt it when he went to the astral plane and talked to the Archfey. Um, I like. There's nothing mechanically with like spells I can do here. I don't have to take magic or anything like that.
Yeah.
Um, but he wants, yeah. I think his entire perception of magic is like sensory, right? Like there's this sixth sense that he feels magic with, but that has mostly been relegated to either in himself, the like ancient Feywild magic of Kolzabad Forest, um, and then like the the astral plane, like because it's the fucking astral, it's the astral plane.
Yeah.
So I don't think, yeah, he just wants to see if he can. Maybe he does what you would do when you attune to a magic item, whatever that process is, to see like I don't know. He does. He's just fucking. He's going in blind here.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And you like admire this um like uh display, this again, this like obscene over display of like magical potential, magical power that you've never seen before. You're getting all of these looks from the passers-by, like, the sort of thing you know when you see a tourist, you're like, yeah, tourist taking photos of like the moles balls here in Adelaide. Um, like,
Oh yeah, for me it's when they go and stand out in front of a mall and take a picture of themselves in front of Westfield.
yeah, yeah, it's like that, right? Like it's you're like, oh, yeah, tourist. Um, can you roll me a deception check, please?
Deception. Okay. Advantage, disadvantage.
Uh, you can have advantage. You bought some new clothes.
I don't know what this is for. Oh, I get what this is for. Okay. 13.
Okay, yeah. I don't. I think you're getting the like, oh, he isn't from here kind of look, not the like, what is he doing in this part of the city?
Okay.
Looks.
Oh, 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 okay. Sure. I
Whether
would have used
whether
lucky on that.
whether Yoke is like,
He's not
uh,
aware. No
yeah,
way
like
he's aware of
aware
this.
of what's happening there. But that's what it is, right? Like it's the it's it's someone who isn't from here. It's a tourist, not a like what what is he doing in he doesn't belong in this part of the city. Um,
Sure. um, do I get anything from the fountain?
this is like a mix, like a good mix of like lights, prestidigitation, like spells to make things levitate, and like it's all sorts of different magic that's been kind of infused like into objects or you probably get the idea that it is someone's job to come here and refresh these, right? These aren't things that last forever. Someone has to come here every now and then and be like, yeah, recast light, levitate, and like that's
Yoke,
someone does that.
Yoke would like to see if he can change something about the magic of this fountain. Because he has light and he has prestidigitation, and those are.
You
If
can
he's
absolutely
feeling like,
use prestidigitation to do something here, yeah. And it'd probably be like
um,
adding something more than changing what's already there. You don't
yeah,
have like a
yeah.
dispel or something like that to get rid of it. So you could absolutely use prestidigitation to add something to this,
What can I do with prestidigitation?
or light to add like a new, yeah. Like you could add something here. You could
Do I
change.
get the impression that my use of prestidigitation on this thing will last longer than if I would use it on my own?
As in it would last longer here than if you used it like just normally.
Any, yeah,
Roll me an Arcana.
nat 20.
Yeah, there is absolutely something here that like what's the right word? Like slows the degradation of magical energies. So things your
Okay.
spell will still degrade, but it will last longer. Otherwise, and like you have an idea about how long light and prestidigitation would last.
Yeah.
There would just be someone sitting here now being like, prestidigitation.
Okay.
10 minutes? All right, prestidigitation. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, if there's, yeah, no, it's like 6 seconds prestidigitation. It's
yeah,
like
exactly.
6 seconds,
Like
6 seconds.
if there wasn't something in place to do that, there would be someone sitting here right now just being like
Um, is there like an, like, he wants to create a like a you could with prestidigitation you can create like a trinket. So he wants to create like a couple statues that is trinket sized. Is there a place that would work for that? That is like
Yeah,
up
you can find a
above the
place within
water.
this kind of like rotating display to like fit these into a pattern. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. So he'll create a like stone statues of the same looking material as the rest of this place. Um of him and Kalia like standing
Oh
um
yeah.
with her and like her dagger out and him like holding a fireball above his head. And then he'll use light to light the fireball up.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Sick. Um, you do that. Give me a sec. Can you roll me stealth with disadvantage, please?
Sure. A 10. I'll take. Look, I'm used to rolling with disadvantage now.
You are. You're rolling. Yeah, you got so used to it that you're actually rolling okay with disadvantage. Um.
Not fantastic, but it's a 10. 10's a 10.
Okay. Let me just see if this works. Um. Pretty sure. Wait, okay. So, um, you see, so you add to this kind of ongoing like diagram, this like display of different kind of mini statuettes and figures and creatures and animals and all sorts. Um, one so that in amongst this kind of spiraling display of different statuettes and figures and animals, um, one of the uh, like probably like an owl or something, kind of it's sculpted with its wings out. Like you do this, you create it, you put it in, and it flies away. It begins to flap its wings, like stone-looking owl begins to like flap its wings and starts flying towards the top of one of these towers.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
I'd like to cast message on the owl.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, how the fuck does this work? Uh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. What do you say?
Um, well, a lot of things I could say. Um, Yoak assumes this owl is this was this a stone owl? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Looks like stuff.
Yoke is obviously magical. Yoke doesn't know what familiars are. He fucking doesn't know any of that. He thinks he just saw someone turn into a dragon yesterday. This could be a person. He's not sure. Um, Hello, Owl. The great green dragon Yaskar sent me here. Called for me. Do you know where I'd be able to find her?
And uh, like back through, there's like a delay, right? So you send the message, and there's maybe a second where there's just kind of dead space. There's nothing, and then you feel the kind of message link come back, and the voice of Yeskar the Wise speaks in your head and says, I don't believe I sent for you.
I had assumed the invitation I got from the innkeeper was from you. It doesn't say assumed, like thought. I thought. The innkeeper gave me your invitation. The innkeeper gave me your invitation.
The voice says in your head, um, the central spire is mine. I will meet you at the door. And the bird continues to fly to the top of this central spire. It is the tallest of the three. You walk
Yeah,
your way.
she says the central spire, and he does the slappy thing on Kalia again. The dragon lives in the biggest spire.
She does not say anything.
I
You
guess we go that way.
you can you roll me perception?
Sure. Um,
Okay.
4.
Yeah, you don't see anything. You don't see anything untoward or clear.
Oh no.
You you walk to the door of the central of these spires, and after maybe 5 uh 10 minutes, the door opens, and stood before you is the same dragonborn you saw earlier. So tall, green, like the kind of scales and plates are green. She is this time though wearing like a much more anointed robe. It has swirls and patterns, and she says, "I don't remember telling you to visit one of my many friends."
Can I try insight on her to gauge her like disposition?
Sure.
19. He wants to know. He primarily is to see how he like what an appropriate response would be in tone. Like if he can
Uh,
just joke with her,
yeah,
because he's
you think
not
you
a very
probably
serious dude.
you think you
Okay.
probably can.
Um, when a green dragon approaches you, seemingly out of nowhere, and says you should um come and visit my house. She did say come and visit my house. She said come with me, I think. Didn't she?
You remember what you remember?
When a green dragon approaches you and asks if you're lost and then invites you somewhere, it's best practice, at least from what my Nana told me, to find out what you can first. Don't hold it against don't hold it against Philbon. That's the guy's name. Philbon. I'm great with names on the fly. Don't hold it against Philbon though. He was very courteous.
She nods. She says, "What exactly is it you're hoping to find here?"
A wizard. Though I
She
didn't know dragons could be wizards.
she says, "I ask two things of those who seek me. The first, I ask no lie passes their lips between me and them. Second, I ask of attention, of a willingness to learn. You may have already failed at the first. But the second I seeing you in space,
I say that again. I didn't hear the last part.
the second I seeing you in space, in Lost, she sees a willingness to learn.
Oh, okay. Um,
You
I'm want to roll insight to like he's gauging how much he thinks he can trust her. If she seems trustworthy.
sure?
15.
You've never met a wizard before. As far as you know, this is how every wizard you've ever met acts.
I have never met a wizard before. Do wizards deal in tricks? I heard that if you ask a wizard that, they have to tell you the truth.
She says, a wizard is no better than their word. A wizard who lies, a wizard who deceives, would receive no uh, would receive no purchase, would not become the what would she call it? Would not become head arcane of River.
I just don't want to hurt people anymore. Can you help me stop?
She nods. She says, every person draws their magic from a different place. Yours may be more unpredictable than some, but it does not mean you cannot learn to control it. You cannot learn magic that is more less likely to hurt those around you. If you are willing to learn, I can teach you.
I like my magic. It feels like home, like Kulzabar Forest. I don't want to learn other magics. I just want to make sure my magic won't hurt people and won't have more control over it. I don't want a multi-class again, Liam. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Into a fucking wizard. Okay, cool.
She, it's a little like you know, a little bit not how the spell works. But she pulls out she pulls a book from her waist. She flicks. She looks and she's like places a hand on you, and she's going to cast detect magic to figure out what you are. Do you resist?
I would like to resist for the Fae. For my I don't want her to be able to take that I have
Sure.
pact magic. I'm okay with her knowing that I'm a sorcerer.
You can roll
And
me.
I don't think this is Yoak doing this.
Okay,
This
yeah, that's
is
fine.
like the Fae retreats from her, I think.
So I'm gonna say you roll a like your whatever that magic spell save whatever that magic's like modifier is, whatever that casting, I think charisma for, is it charisma or wisdom for charisma?
It's charisma.
So you can roll me a charisma saving throw against her spell save DC.
Disadvantage, advantage, or normal?
Just straight.
I want to use. I want to use Tides of
Yep.
Chaos on this. I
Absolutely.
to give myself advantage.
Absolutely. So
16.
okay.
Is that enough? Because if it's not, I'll use lucky.
I don't think you know.
I'll use lucky.
Okay.
Oh, that was a. I. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, 16.
Okay. Um, can you roll me a 1d100?
Yeah. I really hope it's fireball because that's so fucking poignant. 28. I don't think that's fireball.
It makes all of your spells a bonus action. So a surge of like pure magical energy runs through you, and she casts detect magic. She says she smiles and she says, "Ah, wild magic. I understand now. I cannot help you make that controlled, but I can teach you how to harness it, how to use it more effectively than you are. Wild magic will always be a uncontrollable force. It is its nature.
Does she say anything else, or is she in there?
She ends there.
Um, I've hurt a lot of people. I didn't mean to. I felt strongly at the time my emotions, and then the world around me turned to fire. Twice now that's happened. Other things have happened as well, completely out of my control. Those weren't so bad. It's really just the fire. I don't want to hurt people. I need to control it.
He nods, says, I understand. If you want to learn, I can still teach you, but it will take some time. You'll have to stay here in the city until we're done. It could take years.
He shakes his head. I don't have years, I'm sorry.
There's learning magic is not a easy feat. Learning to control something like this is harder. But I can help. But it will take time. And she looks over your shoulder. She says, "If it's about your friend, I could find you both apartments here in the city. A place to stay. Allowances. What you learn."
Yeah, at that he like I think retreats from her. Like that is a weird thing to have just offered someone you just met. Um like yeah, I grew up in a place where everyone looks out for each other, but you're not my family. I don't know you. I'm not your like yeah, so he just fully like is on guard. Why? Why you help us?
Because magic, such as yours, is dangerous. Because if it can be controlled, even slightly, it will save lives. You roll me an insight if you want.
Sure. How about that? I think that's my third crit. Or nat 20 rather.
Okay. So on the crit, I'm going to give you two things.
Okay.
The first, she believes what she is saying, and her offer is genuine. On the second, there is more to her offer than that. Mechanically, essentially, what this would mean is we would effectively time skip to the end or to a point within this training. You could stay within the city. She's being genuine. She's like the chief wizard in a pretty wealthy city. She has sway here. This is well giving a fucking apartment and some food and clothes and shit to two people. That's nothing, right? From what's within her power. And she genuinely thinks that wild magic is dangerous and would get people killed. Um, there is something else there, though. There is another reason, and you don't get what it is. And like if you choose to take it up, this is something we can pry into. In like we'll do kind of flash montage scenes throughout the 2 years or whatever it takes. And I am mechanically willing to offer a reroll on a wild magic surge once per long rest.
Just whenever I want to. Whenever
Just
if it comes up with fireball,
you,
I can re-roll it.
you roll the result, and once per long rest, you can choose to reroll the wild magic surge.
Okay. Before he decides, he's just gonna come out and say it. He shakes his head. I I believe you, but that can't be all. Even that can't be all. There's something else you want. Another reason. You said wizards speak truthfully. I would ask you do so now.
Says wizards do speak truthfully. Everyone I've ever known. But some reasons are our own. If that means you choose to reject my offer and leave this city, I would understand.
From that previous insight, I don't get the impression that she wants to harm me, right? Or
No,
okay, I think he nods and then turns to look at Kalia. What do you think? Will you stay? No, he doesn't say. He says, "Should we stay?" Yeah, should we stay?
she turns. She walks forward She looks up at Yeski, and says, "If you hurt him, there are no amount of magic protections and wards you could put onto that tall tower." And she looks at you, Yoak, and says, "If this is what is best for you, I will stay. But I do not trust her."
Yoke's mind thinks back to all he knows about fairies and thinks like, well, at least she's not a fairy.
Yeah, true. The fairies
He
will lie.
nods. He nods and says, I just don't want to hurt people anymore. And I think she can help me not." And then he turns to Yasakar and he says, "Everything she says, me too, but for her."
Okay.
And like,
And you
well,
accept?
yeah, he'll agree.
Beautiful. And that is the scene we close on for this evening.
Tight.
So yeah, essentially, mechanically, what is about to happen, what will happen at the start of the next episode, is so we're doing milestone experience. The milestone was finding someone who can help Yoke with his magic or teach him. So you will get a level. You're not locked into putting that level anywhere. Last time I locked him into the Feywild Warlock. You can place that level wherever you want, into either of your classes, or if you're insane, into a third multi-class. Not a good idea. Don't do it.
I could be a wizard as well.
Not a great idea, but you could do it. And at the end of this training, at the end of this 2 years, which is what the time skip will essentially be, you will get the once per long rest reroll on a wild magic search, which could be really helpful for you.
Yeah.
And that's like Yeska's way of offering you the ability to control this slightly more. Wild magic is in its nature unpredictable and uncontrollable. You cannot do much more, but it will help. At the start, and maybe for like the start of next session, we'll kind of do a few like flash back scenes, but predominantly we'll be kind of starting from not quite at the end of this training, but pretty close to the 2 year mark, and we'll see where things go from there.
Awesome. I was not expecting to get trained by a wizard. I was like, this was a goal to happen eventually, but that was very quick to get here.
I have
awesome.
I have ideas. And I want to.
See, there's other stuff I want to do though. Like, there's so many stuff I want to do in the city. It's fucking Magic City.
Oh, you will get all the opportunities the next 2 years.
Yeah. So what? Yoke's gonna be he's gonna be a man, 18.
He'll be 18. Yeah.
He'll be a man. It's just casually abandoned his family very easily.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't want to go back for any of the rest of his family. Father, gone apparently, and that's it. I'm out. See you guys.
Look, that's it's his eldest brother. He's the one that will take over. It's his farm.
Makes sense.
Well, isn't it Boke? It's Boke.
Boke.
Boke will take over the farm.
I like the idea there's one for every letter of the alphabet.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And just the final one was Y.
Yoak.
Yoak.
Yeah. Yoak. Oh, it makes sense. We use a yoke on the cattle. Yoke. Sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, awesome. Tight. Very cool. I guess that's us.
That's it. Yeah. Thanks for playing and
Yeah.
thanks for
Well,
watching.
thanks for watching, Abby. Hi, Abby. And the spam bot that came in and offered us a free dating online.
The
And
cats
Freya.
that
Shout
have
out to
made guest
Freya.
appearances.
Yeah, the cat over there, wherever Licorice is. I think he went outside. Yeah, we'll be back. Who knows? Doesn't. We'll be back
At some point.
Yeah, yeah. So thanks for watching. And Abby's got a fancy thing. Let's see if I can do this on a laptop. Goodbye.